everybody. Hope everybody's doing all right today. Hey everybody, what's up, Painting? How are you, sis? All right. Are you able to hear me okay? Hey, Haley. There's Haley. You ready for my audio check, Haley? Are you able to hear me? Sammy B, SA Artistries. Man, we got all the greats in the house. Look at you. Good. You can't hear me. All right. That is fantastic. All right. I'm going to try to slide the little screen over so that I can see all your comments. And that seems to just freak everything out. So if you can still hear me, I'm going to hold on for a minute here. Yeah, I better close that. It freaked everything out. We gave it a shot. I'll just squint. It's all good. Good to see everybody. We gave it a shot. I'll just squint. It's all good. Good to see everybody. Tell you what. Is that better now? The TikToks is wanting to be glitchy. I think it seems to be working now, though. There we go. Now it seems like it's working. Hey, Amber, how you doing? I can see Painting at Tiffany says yes. That's the last comment I have at the moment. Hey, Scorpion Lotus. Good to see you. Sammy B, good to see you. Appreciate y'all coming in. I'm hoping my buddy Chad Rev ought to be able to find us. He wasn't feeling well, so if he isn't able to show up, that's okay. Give him some rest. So today, y'all, we're going to have Deveno, the voice of God. The great Deveno, the voice of God. And I can't wait. It's going to be absolutely incredible. Today in the show, we're going to talk about community. Look, speaking of community, there's Crimson Rose right there. So thank y'all for stopping in. It seems like the glitchiness has slowed down now. I'm afraid to push any buttons, but I'm going to push this button and see what it does here. There he is. That was Chad. Okay, I was hoping so. All right, let's see if I can accept. Hello, Victoria. We are working through a little bit of glitchy this and glitchy that at the moment, but how Sleepy? How are you? Chad, I can see you. Hey, Amber
What's
Lee.
up?
Can I hear you at all?
Here temporarily. Yes, dear.
There you are.
Oh, man. So I am still extremely sick. So if I start hacking too much or whatever, I may just dip out with little to no warning. Hello, everybody. So, yeah, give me the big one.
Let's
Hey.
get a closer look at him. Let's get a closer look at this.
Sick. I got the sniffles.
Got the sniffles, y'all.
Oh,
Hey,
man. Hey, everybody.
Wafty. Thanks everybody for coming in. We had the glitchies there for a minute, Chad. It was it's being pretty glitchy. Yeah. Kept resuming the live, and then you came and now it's better. So it must have been waiting for your arrival.
Oh, what's up, Bob? Yeah, I was just saying, I'm still like sick, like yuck. And if I start hacking or whatever too bad, I may just excuse myself from the co-host position with little to no warning today. So,
no worries, man.
There's that.
We have a professional coming through today.
Oh, Esme, I did not bring it out here.
He could come do his own show. He could do his own show. Deveno, you and I could leave and he could come in and just do the show. He'd be fine. He don't need us.
He could take it over on his own.
All right. All right, buddy. Well, we're gonna shrink you down just because you look like you need to be shrunk.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna like backseat it today. Just kind of chill. Hope y'all don't mind. What's up, Eric?
Oh mercy.
Natasha. Now you know what? I forgot to bring my hat out here because it's like 90 degrees out here, Esme. That's why I forgot. I'm sorry. That and I'm evil sick right now. Hey, wife, if you're on here, that company that you've been griping with just tried to call me.
So if y'all could help me out, it won't let me. I keep trying to shrink Chadster there. If
You don't
need
want
the
to shrink me yet.
moderators,
Hold
I'll
on.
let y'all do it.
I will shrink
appreciate
myself.
it. Okay,
Oh,
cool.
see, I needed to be up here for a second. I wanted to
Yeah,
show
we're
off
both
something real
shrunk
quick.
now.
There we
It
go.
looks
Thank
like
you.
today's going to be the day of glitches. If you notice, we're both in small boxes.
Yeah.
Hey, now we've switched.
Check it
It
out.
says couldn't expand the guest. Try again later. I got no control today,
That's
y'all.
weird. That's so weird. Okay, so while I didn't bring the hat out here because it is like 90 and I'm getting really sick and arguing with insurance companies. That's so fun. I love it. I do have this out here that I want to show off. I got a package from the OG Natasha, and this was one of the things that was in it.
Nice.
Check that
Whoa.
out, fools.
Yo.
Look at that.
Yo.
Yo. This is a very mixed media.
Dude, that's
She used
amazing.
different kinds of foams and all sorts of stuff. She could probably chime in because I'm kind of out of it here. I don't want to misrepresent, but yes, she did an awesome. Look at that. It's all 3D and stuff. Yeah. Got an awesome letter. Stuff like that.
So you got some
Natasha
art too? You got some
Natasha, thank you so much. Yeah, you guys follow Natasha. Make sure you're doing that.
That's super dope, bro. That
I
doesn't.
know, right?
That looks like something that would be hanging in Chad Rev Art's house. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Yes.
Mixed media.
Foam, clay, ashes,
Foam,
acrylic
clay,
paint, and
ashes.
Mod Podge.
The ashes
That
of
is
Chad's
cooler.
enemies. The ashes of Chad's enemies. Right there.
Yes. Ashes. Yeah, very cool. So, yeah. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you so very much. All right.
Cool.
I rearranged a bunch of stuff in here, so I don't know where to put anything right now. So, there we go.
All right, powers that be. Shrink the
I
sickle.
just did it. There we go. Pow. Thank you, Natasha.
I don't know, man. I might just shut the live off and try again. Everything is glitchy. I got nothing. We'll see what happens here. We'll give it a minute.
It is freezing up pretty bad. Well, I don't know if you guys can still see and hear me, but I can. So, I'll just, I'll talk some smack. Thank you, Blue Eyes. Appreciate it. Sorry you're having to deal with that. So, yeah, if you guys can still see me, I'm still here with you. So, hey, howdy, hello, how are you? Hope you all are well.
Hey, I see me.
There you are.
Hey, look. I hear you, but
That's
I don't
weird.
see you. And I'm frozen.
Yeah. Just looks like a pane of glass and you're frozen. Was just in Danielle's live and it went black.
Yep. That's been the experience.
Tic Tac is having the spasms.
Yep.
They're having the
We're patient folks, though. We'll wait it out. Look at that. I'm back, sort of.
Oh, Esther, you can see and hear both of us. There we
There's
are.
Chad Rev Art. There
Right
he
there.
is. There's a Chad
There's
Rev
that
Art. I
jerky
think I
right
saw a
there.
Spurs. There's a Spurs sighting.
What's up,
I
Spurs?
probably missed all you people. I'm very sorry, guys.
Cousin.
I have had no chat. I haven't been able to see anything. So, all y'all
Man.
that are here, it's awesome. Right on, Cat Art. I see Cat Art's comment. I'm not going to try to
Nice.
scroll back, though, because I'm afraid it'll destroy everything.
Yeah. It'll pull
It
it'll
seems
pull
that
the
it's
rug out from
working
underneath the
now,
whole
though.
show, dude.
11
Lefty
minutes
and
in, we got
Denny.
it working finally. And luckily, I
God.
came on early.
God getting offended by y'all claiming his voice. Ah, Sammy B.
She wouldn't be mad about that at all, Sammy. She would not at
That's
all.
right. Oh man.
Thank you, Natasha. Thank you.
What's up,
Anybody
Denny?
have any idea what that hat is about? What's up, Denny? If we got the TikToks back in order now, and everybody's able to heard that, Denny. We were going to talk about community, and it's pretty cool. The group of people that are in here were in here the last I saw the chat because a lot of them are who I was going to talk about. Um, Deveno will be coming on at about 7:45, and it looks like I'm frozen again, and that's just wonderful.
Good Lord. Well then. Well then. Tic tac. Subpar performance.
We are. So
Subpar
in the
performance, Tic Tac.
chat, is the audio continuing? It's frozen right now, and
I can hear about 98% of what you're saying, and you're frozen on a great smart-ass face. It's a face that just says, you know, Tic Tac, get your shit together. Nice, Sammy V. I'm glad you got that. I didn't think about it until it was too late. Now it's changed to another frozen.
no
It's
connection. It
something in the air
says,
today, dude.
which is
It's
weird
something in the air.
because I have 5 bars.
Yeah, me too. Hi, Haley Beth. Thank you for the blue hearts, dear. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's something in the air today. The
Now
universe
the no
is
connection
all
thing
like
just went away.
shady. Shifty,
All right, let's
shady.
do this, buddy. Let's drop you down for a minute.
I'm out.
Drop you down for a minute.
For sure.
I'll bring you back up. Let's try to kind of give it a second, or we need to stop and start over or something because this isn't workable. All right, so I got please use wired. I got all kinds of messages about what should be happening. Right on. Okay, painting. It's got to be on TikTok's end. Cool. That's helpful because I'm trying to sort out whether I should end the live and start another one. No, it's beautiful weather. There's no wind. There's no problems here. I've got 5 bars. My Wi-Fi's fine. It's not on my end. Hey, Sissy. All right. So it's been weird today for sure. Okay. So I guess we're just gonna roll with what's been happening. Um, Now I just got another bunch of stuff on the screen. Wow, this is wild. Yeah, Amy. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it didn't. It didn't. Hey, Danny, this is a show, buddy. We don't bring people up. The only person that comes up on this show, flow states, we don't bring up guests. Um, I know that a lot of people do, and but that's just not what we do here, buddy. Sorry, guys. Hey, hey, are we back? Are we working? Blue eyes. I see you, blue eyes. All right. Yeah, Chad, I have no idea, man. I switched to, I've done everything I know to do on my end. All right. We got a fighting chance now? Is it going to work? Is it going to work? All right. We got a Spurs. Flash Gordon. Hey, y'all. This has been super exciting. For the last 18 minutes, we've been trying to get TikTok to work. So, all right. Here we go. Hey. All right. Chad. Nah, man. You can stay down there, but let's try. Let's try to see if we can get you up so that we know we can bring people up when we actually have to bring a guest up. Or we can bring somebody else up. See if I have any buttons at all that I can use. See what we got to work with here, bro. After all, man. Nope, absolutely not. Yep. Hey, Flash, what's going on? Yeah, it's super glitchy. I can't touch any buttons. If I touch any buttons, everything freaks out. It seems like if I don't touch any buttons, we can get by. Hey, DJ, good to see you. All right, let's try something real quick there. Hey, Esme, let's try something real quick there. Tiffany, are you in the house still, or SA? SA, cool. All right, SA, please see if you can send Chad up. Hey, Devlin, we're trying to get it working, Devlin. We're about 20 minutes into trying to get it to work.
Hanson, fix Tic Tac.
Yeah, no kidding. Hey, okay, cool. Well, what I was trying to figure out, buddy, is do I need to shut the whole live down and start over? Because if we can't bring our guest on, it's kind of pointless, right?
Yeah.
But it
Seems
sounds
like
like
we
I can
might
hear
be all
you
right for
now.
now. Yeah.
Okay, you're welcome to go back to
Cool.
sleep, and I'm gonna
No,
do an
I'm good. I'll
abbreviated
chill.
version.
Yeah,
we're
I
gonna
just didn't want
we're
to come back up and crash the whole damn thing.
well, I figured it was if it was gonna crash, we might as well crash it now.
This is
Maybe we could get
true.
it fixed. Maybe we could get it fixed before our guy shows up. All
True
right,
story.
cool. Essay and painting. If y'all are going to be around, cat art's in here. I see too. Anybody that's moderators, I can't push buttons. If I push any buttons, it freezes. So please help me out.
You're always pushing everybody's buttons again.
That's what I do, man. That's what I do.
Hey, Ray.
Faye Ray, what's up? Faye Ray, y'all follow Faye Ray. Faye Ray's amazing. All right, now look. It looks like for like 30 seconds now it hadn't glitched. So we're gonna we're gonna start like we just started. How about that? Hey y'all, welcome to the
Hi, and
Game
welcome to the
Project
Game
Show.
Project.
Down
Lofty,
here in
I'm
the
trying,
box,
dude.
down here in the box, we got my buddy Chad Revart. He's all medicated though, so don't pay. We might have to just like mute him or drop him, or you never know what we might have to do over there because
Medication. Hi,
they done
Devlin.
medic they done medicated him and turned him back loose into the public. So
Yes,
I
they
appreciate
did.
you being here, buddy. I know you feel like crap, and all this glitchiness doesn't help, does
I know somebody got filtered. Yay for you.
it?
You win the
So
TikTok
look,
award today.
today I'm gonna have to do a shortened version, and that's a shame because what I want to talk about today is community, and we have an outstanding one here. We have an absolutely
Yes,
amazing community on this platform, and I was going
true
to
story.
talk in depth about some of these people, but I'm going to have to skip over some of that. I'm going to start at the bottom of the list and work my way up backwards from what I would normally do. And some of the people that I wanted to talk on here who are putting a hell of a lot of effort into trying to build a community inside of Tic Tacs and outside of Tic Tacs would be folks like Chad Rev Art right here. Um, Chad has spent an inordinate amount of time trying to figure out how to navigate the Tic Tacs community, and every time we figure something out, they change the algorithm or add something that they want us to do. Um, so, um, the mad scientist is always behind the scenes trying to figure stuff out, and generally that's to help the big picture, help everyone. So, thank you, brother. Eric the Airbrush Artist is another person that out there that goes around, supports everybody, is kind to everybody, is a gentleman, and I appreciate him. That's another guy out there trying to help build the community. Cat Art, same deal. Cat Art out there doing her thing, always supporting other folks, always coming up with good ideas, and she's amazing. I appreciate you, Cat Art, very much. And it looks like we're glitching out again. But I'm going to keep talking about you, Cat Art. There's also our friend Melanie, 33 Marikai Tales. Dusty Graphics is another guy out there that's doing really good work. His art, when it gets sold, goes to a rotation of charities. Right now, currently, the charity is type 1 diabetes. And for those that don't know, Gin, my stepfather, this was his last name, he was a type 1 diabetic. He spent his last days with my wife and I. And a lot of the problems that he had to deal with, as far as not being able to work more than a certain amount of hours, having trouble getting health care, having trouble getting services, all that kind of thing still exists. Nothing's changed. The autism community, where Flash Gordon is working, has to deal with a lot of the same issues. Um, Clemson Rose, who has the postcards for positivity, that's trying to deal
Awesome.
with an issue that's ongoing. All of us have dealt with it one way or another, depression and that sort of thing. So, SA Artistries, her dream is to have a community center that has things like a soup kitchen and occupational training and social skills training and job services and all of those crucial services that are necessary to help people get back on their feet. She has also now started doing content about her community garden, which she is starting from scratch. She's planting trees, and she has a long-term plan because if you're going to plant trees, that's long
If you
term.
guys haven't caught her dancing in the dirt, go over and find that
So,
video and watch it.
so
It's
you need to go
awesome.
find Essay out there like this, dancing with her floppy hat on. Um, Community building, even in her spare time, which isn't spare time; it's dedicated
Sandy
time.
D. That's
But
right. I love it when I see
so
stuff like that.
there's just these amazing, and I've missed I'm going to miss a bunch of them because I got to really abbreviate things today. Hanson is out there doing his thing. He was one of the first people to step up. Rick DeMuse is out there, a positive influence, always trying to be helpful to people, always trying to um, reach out. Then you got folks like Lady Shines, huge, putting on events in real time and space. There's one coming up in Denver that I wish I would be able to go to. I'm just not going to be able to make that one. You've got Devlin and Miss Jean over doing Sister Chat on Saturdays at 1 o'clock. That's an amazing show. You got the folks over at Theory of Radio. You got LP and Emma on their inspirational show on Mondays. On Tuesdays, you got Mike Carter going on here in a little while. Has amazing
Sure.
content, topics like cognitive dissonance, toxic masculinity, self victimization. The dude gets deep, and it's really cool of him to put himself out there like that. You know, this that ain't necessarily what men were told we were supposed to do. So there's just some amazing people on here, And if we can figure out a way how we get them all tied together, all working together, all with a bigger voice, I believe. So, and then the guest that we have coming on today, the great Deveno, the voice of God. He's an accomplished rapper, musician, voice actor. Uh, he's been through it. He's been stabbed. He's been shot. He came from the south side of Chicago, and he's lived in the South. So he's been around. He knows some things. So and he came through that entire journey helping other people, looking for people to help. Deveno doesn't show up when all the lights are on. Deveno's you usually get the call from Deveno when things are low, when you're not feeling great about yourself. That's usually when he shows up. So and that takes a lot of character. So it's an amazing community that we have here on TikTok, and the more that we are supportive of each other, and the more we try to go to each other's content, like it, share it, all of that kind of thing, the better off we'll all be. Now, for my part, quick community announcement. If you want to be on the GEN project, hit me in the DMs. Just because you hit me in the DMs doesn't mean you're going to be on the GEN project. That's not how it works. Hit me in the DMs, and you will go on a long list of people that would like to be on the GEN project. And I will do my best to go through that list. There is one guest on per week. So there's only 50 guests in a year because, we might not have a guest on every single show. Sometimes we might do something like Art for Autism and have Flash Gordon and his people on. So Petra and such. So if you want to get on the show, send me a DM. The worst way to try to get on the show is to find my phone number and call me and tell me you want to be on the show. That isn't the approach you want. That's not the approach you want to take.
No.
Especially if it's a Friday, because I spend Fridays with my wife. So if I don't answer your call on Friday and you get upset because I didn't answer your call on Friday, probably not going to make it on the show because I spend Fridays with my wife. I do this show as a public service. I'm a woodworker. I do this for the art community because I believe in the art community. There are amazing people in the art community, and I would like to use my platform for whatever it is to shine a light on those people in this amazing art community. So you might also find that the people that end up on the show are the people that spend a lot of time helping others in the art community. So if your whole thing is self-promotion, you're probably not going to end up on the GEN Project show. I don't want to hurt any feelings.
That's the best plan.
Maybe I'll save you some time. Maybe I'll save you some time. If your plan is to get on the GEN Project show so that you can just promote yourself, you're probably not going to make it on the GEN Project show. There are a lot of other places you could go out there to do your thing. Sorry about that, but please send me a DM. Don't find my number and call me and tell me you're going to be on the show. It don't work that way.
Faye Ray says she's going to call your wife and save her on Friday.
Thank you. Faye Ray, actually, I need to talk to Faye Ray. Faye Ray is one of the artists who we did an interview with. She was one of the first ones to do an interview with. And those interviews fell off the TikTok land before Theoria picked up the content. So actually, Faye Ray and Amy Lee are a couple of people that we would like to figure out how to get back over here. So I'll be in touch with you, Faye Ray, if you're willing to do something like that. Which was another of the couple announcements we had today. So thank you, Chad. That's awesome. So that's the other announcement. If you go over to the YouTubers and you were interested, you can find the vast majority of the GEN Project shows with their interviews over there in their entirety. If you have been on the show and your show is not over there, It's because those shows had already fell off the earth from TikTok world before we were picked up by Theory Radio. We had no idea we needed them. So when Theory Radio approached us about having our shows as the Wednesday on their platform, we started downloading what we had, but there's a few of them that we don't have. So Faye Ray and Amy Lee fall into that category, and they're both incredible artists and amazing people. And I will be reaching out to them to see if we can work something out, maybe get them back. If they don't want to, that's okay too. I understand. You can only take so much of the Gin Project and Chad Rev Art. Right on, Faye Ray. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, Amy Lee's incredible. Both incredible artists, and those are the two that I can't get my hands on. There's one that I've had difficulty with. I wasn't able to download it, and that's Passion for Drawing. But Chad has a copy of that one. It's just not from the Gin Project's perspective. It's from Chad Rev Art perspective, which is the same perspective, and that's perfectly fine. So,
no, things are definitely better from my side of the screen.
Boom, boom, boom. We try to leave you a little space there to get that in. So if you are one of the, thank you, one of the moderators, could you please send out to Deveno and to Angel, Tony, a little share there. I just told him I'd give him a heads
They're
up,
here.
and I'm afraid to push.
Deveno's here.
Right on, right on. I wasn't able to see the chat for a long time, so I'm just trying to make sure everybody's covered. Everybody,
Yeah.
I told him I'd give him a heads up. Okay, cool, cool. All right. So if you are new to the Gin Project show, go up in this little box right up here and follow every artist in here. You got Kit Kat. Hey, Kit Kat. Talking about amazing artists. You got Deveno in here. SA Artistries, Cat Art, Faye Ray Art, Kyra Rilson Art. Hanson's in here. Jeff's in here. Miss John's in here. Kyra's in here. Scorpion's in here. And I'm pretty sure I saw earlier Jay, Sammy B, Painting at Tiffany's. So there are some amazing artists in here. Make sure everybody is following each other. That's how we actually build the community, is we start following each other. And that's the other thing. If you're able to go and support someone's live, then do so, right? Go. If all you can do is just go sit in the live and you can't participate at all, that's still helpful to them. Sometimes I'll do that. Sometimes I'll jump in somebody's live while I'm working in the shop and just kind of tell them, hey, I'm not looking at the chat, but I'm riding with you. Kick me out when you're ready. It's just, you don't necessarily have to go in there and spend coins. And I've heard people say, hey, I don't really want to go into somebody's lives because I don't really have coins to spend. Look, you don't have to spend coins to go in people's lives. In fact, we don't want you to spend your money.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I got to step away for just a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, buddy.
No worries. Spend it on the artists on here, right? All of those artists I mentioned earlier have products that you can actually purchase on here. So if you don't have money, it's okay. No, don't feel bad about not being able to spend money on people's lives. People just appreciate, everybody that I've talked to just appreciate you hanging with them, just appreciate you being there. They're now, if you're able to, tap the likes. That helps. That gets them up in the algorithm. If you're able to, share the live out, especially to people that you think might be interested. But please don't feel like you have to spend money to come in a live. You just don't. And if anybody tells you you do, then come hang out in our live, because we don't expect you to spend anything. We do promote other artists, and we do talk about our merchandise that we have, but there is no expectation whatsoever. I'm just thrilled that y'all hang out with us, especially in our flow states at night when we're just working on stuff. A lot of times people in the chat just start having a nice conversation, or they're telling dad jokes or whatever. So please don't feel like you need to spend money. And you don't even need to tap the likes if you're not up for it. If you just want to listen in, that's fine too. Participate at whatever level you can. And also, just remember, I heard somebody say on the music side of things on TikTok, but I heard somebody say you got to remember that your followers get followers. So people come on the platform, they find their voice, and they begin to get a following and they start to do lives. They're probably not going to be able to show up in your live as much anymore because they're doing their own lives. So let's not tear the community apart because people that we tried to help get something going actually have something going now. Right on? So, um, getting some mic glitches. Sorry. I'm sorry, guys. So anyway, hopefully some of that information is helpful. Um, the reality is that we're trying to build a community on the platform. One way to do that is to figure out how to manipulate the algorithm or how to work within the system, so to speak. And the other way to do that is to form a community to make sure that we're looking out for each other, which is how I know the guy that's going to be the featured guest today. Is he's one of those people that goes around the community and lifts people up when they need it. Like I said earlier, um, Devino's not the dude that shows up when the big party's happening and takes the mic and goes out front, unless you ask him to. Devino's the guy behind the scenes that's trying to make sure everybody's all right, everybody's got what they need. Because Devino's been through some things in his life, and he knows what it's like um, to need some things. So um, I'm really grateful that he would come on today. I'm really glad that the glitchiness is slowing down because I really want to hear what this man has to say. We got about 5 or 6 minutes before we bring him up. You may have noticed that I mentioned Angel Tony's name as a special guest, and the reason I did that is Devino mentioned that Angel Tony has some considerable responsibilities in some of the organizations they're involved in, and she's going to come up and talk about, I think, primal poetry and some other stuff. So today we have the featured guest, which is the great Deveno, the voice of God, and we have some questions for him, and we're going to talk about his life. I haven't talked about his life too much because he's one of those guests that can speak for himself. He don't need me to tell you about him too much. I can tell you this: he can whoop your ass 10 different kinds of ways. He knows several different types of martial arts, and what he gets out of that is that the peaceful side of things. When he talks about it, he talks about how it centers him and things like that, which is amazing. Um, uh, he has fought against and learned from some of the greats, some of the best, and he's a super humble guy. He's had success making music. He's had success doing voiceovers. He's had success in athletics. He's an amazing guy, and to have been through so much and to be such a kind, humble gentleman is really impressive. And the fact that he uses his talents in the furtherance of other people's art is just remarkable. It really is. He really is a special individual, and I think it's really cool that I get to talk to guys like him. So Devino is going to be our guest tonight. Angel Tony is going to come up and give us some break some knowledge down for us, and we're going to hear some poetry. We're going to see some art, and we're actually there may be some surprises that I don't. The guy's so good at so damn many things. There may be stuff I don't know about. He's about to do. But I appreciate all of you coming in. I especially appreciate y'all that spent the 22 minutes worth of glitches trying to get everything worked out. So what we're gonna do, since we've been having some glitches, is right now things seem to be going kind of smoothly. So I'm gonna work my way pretty quickly to getting Mr. Deveno up here. And okay, so ladies, listen. Listen. Just like we gentlemen need to be respectful of ladies that we may find attractive. Ladies, I need you to be respectful when I bring Mr. Deveno up, okay? Okay? Moderators, we have a zero tolerance policy, as you know, so please be on point. We take care of our guests. My expectation is that our guests will be taken care of. We will answer some questions at the end, and I'm so grateful for Deveno being here. So let's treat him with respect, and if you don't, I will bounce your ass out of here. So, if we could, would someone please send Mr. Deveno up? And I've got a really, really difficult question I'm going to start him out with just to see if we can get things working here. It may take us a couple minutes to get things populated. Everything's been a little bit glitchy. Sammy B, I got my. Thank you, Sammy. I see you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, cool. I'm going to give it a shot, Deveno, but it may be a little bit glitchy, man. Got you, man. All right, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, it really is an honor for me to be able to bring this man up. He has shown up in my life at the times when I wouldn't necessarily expect people to, with nothing but a kind word to say, an uplifting spirit, a genuine heart, and the confidence of a man that's been through some things in his life. Deveno, are you able to hear me, sir?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Now, the first question that I have for you is the correct pronunciation of your last name.
Caprice. Just like the car.
Caprice.
Just like the car. Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have the great Deveno Caprice with us today. We're going to expand him. Now, ladies, easy. I need y'all to be cool. Man, it is good to see you, my brother.
It is always great to see you, brother. I am stoked about this. This has been
Me
a long
too,
time
man.
coming.
I tell you what, man. I know for a fact you don't make appearances very often, and I am humbled and grateful for you being here, man. I really appreciate it, man. And I know.
Family.
And I appreciate you, sir. And I would like to put it on the record that this man being on the show is much more to us than it is to him. I assure you, he doesn't need to be here. he's here because he's a kind man. So thank you, man. I appreciate you. I love the way you move in the community. I tried to mention it earlier, and I don't know that I described it properly. But what I'm trying to articulate is that you don't show up when all the lights are on to get the light. You bring the light. You show up as a gift to people.
Well, I'm humbled that people would think that, or feel that way. I don't seek attention. I don't seek the main spot. I'm a team player. You know, like I told you before, my philosophy is when I move, we move.
Yes.
I don't move in any singular way at all. If I benefit from something, I make sure my family benefits from it. My friends benefit from it. My loved ones benefit from it. At the end of the day, if I'm sitting at the top, it's lonely. So why not all of us have a party up top? So,
Man. See, that's the thing. That's the thing is with all the talent that you have, with all the things that you could do, the fact that you pump the brakes on it being about you, and
yeah.
you use that to elevate those around you. You're right. I mean, you can see it. You can see it in the influence you've had on other people. You can see. I've heard it from the voices of the people that I've asked. You know, every one of them tell me about the character that you have and the kindness that you move with. And don't get it mistaken. He's not a pushover. He ain't somebody you just gonna walk up to and act any kind of way. But the dude will be kind to you. He will let you under his umbrella. He will
Indeed.
bring you into the
Indeed.
family and make you feel welcome. Sometimes that's what most
Absolutely.
people get in their life. Sometimes people don't get that much.
That is true. But
And
I came from really humble beginnings. So, and I can't act as if and no one else came from those type of beginnings as well. I can't act that I'm like I'm the only one that grew up, um, no, impoverished. I can't act like I'm the only one that didn't have coming up. So a lot of our stories are similar. So, like when me and you talked, like it, outside of skin color, we might as well be twins because we went through a
mm,
lot of the same shit, just in different cities and states.
mm,
So, I
yeah,
mean,
man. Yeah, a lot of stuff you had to say hit home with me for sure, for sure. And please, hey, this is your show. You shout out anybody you want. You interrupt and say whatever you want whenever you want.
appreciate that. Appreciate
Cause
that.
I'm glad to see some of these names in the chat, man. I really am.
It's
I really
a
am.
lot of the people that follow me are, I mean, they know who I am, and they know the things I've done, and they know the type of character I hold, and that I carry, the type of moniker as a man that I challenge myself every day to be. So a lot of the people I do have to appreciate for showing up and showing love, because a lot of them, once that name coming across their screen and say I'm live, they're like, oh, I'm finna go see him, and they come
Yes.
through and show
Yeah.
love, and I appreciate that. I'm grateful for it.
Look, and you are so generous with that. Here's a good example, man. We were talking about how to do this show. Do we want to do it in joint co-hosted lives? Do we want to do it? And your response to me was no. My people come with me, so I think it'd be better if I come up in your chat, and then
Yes,
they come to your show. And
yes.
they're here. They're
Yes,
they're here.
yes,
It's amazing. It's
because
amazing.
they know I don't do the fake, I don't do the phony, I don't do the unauthentic, I don't do the fugazi, so to speak. They know
Right.
if I'm rocking with somebody that dope, like they hang with Deveno, not on not on some Arthur Fonzarelli type shit, but
Right.
like they know that I don't deal with phony and fake people, so they come and show like my people who are not familiar with Gin and the Gin project, like this dude is dope. Like he carries the moniker of man like I do. Like he has all respect, all love. He shots out his people, and he literally goes above and beyond for people who need him. And that was one of the things I was introduced to about him before I met him, and it just made me want to get to know more about this man. So I
Man, thank
appreciate
you.
it. Like I said, you're telling them that I don't need to be here, but I want to be here because of people like you, bro. So I salute you for real.
I appreciate you, my brother. I really do. I
Indeed.
do. More. I got chills, man. I do. Hey, look. Hey, you made a good point earlier. You were talking about, if you right, what have you got? And
Absolutely.
man, I feel that. I want, I want to do some things. I want my work to last. I want my
Hmm.
work. I want people to be able to sit at a table I made for generations.
Yes.
And it's about that whole community makes that happen. It isn't just one person; it's the entire community.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
just a beautiful sentiment, man. To use whatever status you have so gracefully and so generously is just it really is exceptional. And I just had to show you some love for that, man.
Thank you,
Uh,
man. Thank you.
let me say this. You described to me that, and these are all accurate. You grew up on you grew up on the south side of Chicago,
Yes.
um, to a single mom, sister, little brother. Your
Yes.
mom worked really hard. She went to culinary school, became very accomplished in her profession. Um,
Absolutely.
at the same time, you know you've been through some things when you were young, um, and out of that you went become on a man. One of the quotes that I have here is one of the things want your life to do is to assist people in the betterment of themselves.
Yes.
I've got a few quotes. I like to use
Yeah.
quotes. So tell me what one thing that makes that statement so remarkable to me is who it's coming from. And assist people in the betterment of themselves coming from a man that has been shot, has been stabbed, has been put through all kinds of prejudicial paces, who has to live his entire life behind the veil and in a world that sees him through some eyes um, in a less than positive light before he's even had any before he's been able to say a word. So would you mind to you said it was like this Jekyll and Hyde existence,
Yeah.
going to school, doing what you need to do, but there's also the streets. There's also this other
Absolutely.
life that you got to kind of live.
Yeah.
Would you mind telling us about those early years first?
Absolutely. Like you said, my mom, mother of three. I'm a son of a mother of three children. My twin sister, which till the day I die will remind me that she's 7 minutes older than me. So, um, but I
Seven.
still say I'm bigger than her. My little brother, which is a year younger than me, um, south side of Chicago, not to the degree it is now, but impoverished neighborhood. We did the best, but you know, tooth and nail scratched to make sure her kids were provided for. And I respected that. She built me a work ethic to live on. Being that she had boys, because I say all the time, women get a lot of crap because some males come to them and say, you can't raise a man,
Mm.
but they can raise great human beings. And that's the key about it. It doesn't matter whether they're raising a man or a woman, as long as you're a great human being. And my mom did that. But in the earlier years, being a hard head, there were gangs, there was fast money and smoking drugs and selling drugs and things of that nature. So with the Dr. and Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing, it was my mom's biggest thing was education. We're gonna go get in them books, and which I did. I had no issue with it. Like any other kid, I hated school, but I kept telling myself one day I'll be out of here. And I went to school, and I never got suspended, never been expelled, never did a detention a day in my life. I did what I was supposed to do. But once that bell rang, it was hanging out with buddies. It was smoking weed. It was taking bags of money to the trap house over here. It was, here, take these blocks of whatever is in this bag. And that was a silhouetted part of my life because I couldn't let my mom find out I did that because this wasn't the kid she was raising. And it was more or less like I said, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. I was living two lives in the same existence. But it was definitely a learning lesson that comes with real lumps and real life ass whoopings, so to speak. So
Yeah, yeah. And so your mom is a huge influence on you. She's
absolutely.
and the man that you have turned out to be is very respectful of women.
Mhm.
Um, your lady is amazing human being in her own right. She is in our conversations, man. You just lit up when
Yeah.
Angel Tony's name came across those lips, man. I got to tell you, and that is a beautiful thing. I can relate. We talked about that, and not not
Mhm.
not that I can relate to feeling that way about your girl.
Yep, yep. I know. I totally
I ain't trying to
understand.
say that. Just to be clear,
I
I'm
totally
talking about my
understand.
wife.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
But so 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 you know in your younger years
Hmm.
you had to deal with some of these environmental things, let's say, and
Yes.
and and then you found yourself in ROTC. I believe his name was Sergeant Jeffries. And I know
Yes,
we
in high school.
skip forward just a little bit, but in those high school years,
Hmm.
specifically, can you tell me about some of the experiences you had there? And that's going to lead us up into the what I'm going to call the towel incident.
Yeah. Um, High school, William Rainey Harper High School. I think that all 4 years I went there, it was on academic probation for being closed by the city of Chicago, and it didn't close until a couple of years ago.
Mm,
But great experience, and diverse people of diverse neighborhoods. I mean, it was majority black. There were so many great teachers in there that wanted to pull us from a toxic environment because they seen what the neighborhood was. They seen what we could potentially end up. What were the two options? And gym was cool because back then everybody wanted to be a jock, and the cheerleaders hang with them. And I did the sports thing, I did the basketball thing, I did the football thing, but it was like, okay, I really took pride in ROTC though. I really took pride in polishing up those medals and having my creases in my pants and having my jackets good, and those shoes better been polished. And Sergeant Jeffrey was huge in instituting that discipline within me because I was different from a lot of the kids that came through there. A lot of them came through there just to pass the class. I was in there because I was genuinely interested in range and target range within that. So I did everything I needed to do. Yeah, I passed it with an A, but I enjoyed the foundation of the discipline in there.
right.
The things they taught me in growing up, a lot of the stuff I still use today. It definitely was a reality check coming towards the end of high school, doing graduation, because I love the range. I love, yeah, they were wooden rifles and things, the BB guns and pellet guns. I love those. I love like partying and things of that nature. But it was a huge reality check, and I'm grateful for him because instead of being one of these recruiters who just wants to get a face behind that wall to hold a gun and a rifle, he actually asked me to come out and check out basic training. And I got the opportunity to do that. But he made me understand. He said, as much as you love this, as much as you appreciate this, as much as you excel at this, I know you like shooting. You want to become a sniper. You've already expressed this to me. And I'm sitting there like a kid in front of Toys R Us. I'm like, yeah, yeah.
Right.
And
Right.
he had to slap me with reality and say, hey, those targets turn into people. Is that something you want to do? And
Whew.
he gave me several days to think about it. And with the heart I have, I mean, I don't care how thugged out I want it to be. I have a heart, and I didn't want to be the one to pull the trigger on anybody. And I had to be real with myself and him and say I can't bring myself to doing that. And respectfully, he gave me a hug and he told me, I understand. This is why I wanted to show you this. It's
Right.
great to do the training. It's great to show you this and great to show you that. But you had to understand when Uncle Sam say, I need you to go get somebody, there's no what ifs. You just got to go do it. And you're talking about 18, 19-year old,
Yep.
you know. So it was a reality check that I had to sit back and swallow huge.
And
So
that a lot of people I think out of that story would take the death and destruction part, but for me, that again, the amazing character that shined through in that decision, which is you had this concept of something that you wanted to do, and when you learned more about what that actually meant, you had the wherewithal, the courage to step away from it and say, "Hey, that's not for me,"
yeah.
right? Like, um, and
Well,
the thing
it
about it
was
is, go ahead,
you got
please.
the I'm already in a I'm already in the, so to speak, I'm already in the hood, and I'm already seeing gang shootings, drive-bys, death and destruction already, and I'm mentally toning it out.
Right.
And now you're explaining to me, hey, I'm gonna put you on a ship, I'm gonna put you on a plane, I'm gonna put you on a boat, and you got to go do that. Something I'm trying to get away from in the first place. So
Well, and that's the thing, man. And there's things that we probably weren't able to, or that we can't talk about that you've been through in some regards because let's just say they could be incriminating.
yeah, yeah. Needless to
And
say,
we ain't sure
yes.
about what the statute of limitations might be.
Yeah, some of them, yes.
so,
I, yeah,
so,
we're just gonna say I definitely wasn't an angel a lot of my life. So, um,
but, but out of that, out of this, this trauma as a young man, um, like I mentioned, you get through high school. Sergeant Jeffries has this conversation with you. Hey, before you jump off all the way into this sniper thing, let's go check out boot camp. Let's go kind of look at what things are going to be. Let's have
yeah,
a conversation. That happens. Obviously, that starts to change this thought process that's going on, and
yeah.
and then if I'm messing up the chronological order here,
No, you're
please get
good.
on my case.
You're
But
great.
but then you told me this story, man, and it pisses me off just thinking about this story because
Yes.
I've seen these dudes, man. I know
Yeah.
these guys, man. I
Yeah.
know these guys. But you got a job working at a really prestigious men's or club,
Men's club. Yeah.
and do you want me to say the name of the place?
You absolutely can. You absolutely can.
It was the Chicago East Bank Club.
Yes.
And this is a prestigious place. And you had a day there that led to a day in your neighborhood that led to other days, but the genesis was that day, if I understand everything correctly.
Yeah.
And you come into work, you got the job, you got this job, this
Hmm.
prestigious club. You're there. Can you take me through that particular day in its entirety? It's
Absolutely.
unbelievable.
Um,
Well, it's believable, but
well, just to clarify, before somebody think I was, 18, 19 working for a nightclub. No, when he says the East Bank Club, it's a well-to-do sports fitness workout cigar lounge type, for rich people. Um, the old boys club, so to speak.
racquetball and all
Yeah,
that good
yeah.
stuff.
So I'm working there as a locker room attendant, and I had been there for several months, and pretty much the primary job is to go through, pull out coat hangers out the locker, pick up towels, take them to the laundry room, make sure that the attendants are where they're supposed to be, that type of thing. And just the most basic, easy job you can ever do. And I'm walking through collecting towels one day, and there's a gentleman. I'm not really going to call him a gentleman. There's a man who walks through, and I'm literally have this barrel in front of me, and he's fresh out of the shower steam room, and he takes the towel off of him and just flings it at me, and this disgusting grotesque towel hits me in the face and just falls, and immediately I'm repulsed and I'm pissed
Mm,
because, I mean, excuse my language, but it was just on your nasty sweaty ass and your nuts, and you just slung this towel at my face,
right.
and I'm like, what the hell? And he proceeds to want to tell me just do my job as if I'm beneath him. And I tell him, hey, you just hit me in the face with that towel and blah blah blah. And he so called wants to read me up and down, and you work here. This is part of your job, and you're supposed to do this. And I'm sitting here looking like, have you lost your rabbit ass mind? And this is one of the first encounters that I've ever had somebody kind of talk down at me and talk at me instead of to me. Now, keep in mind, I've heard racist stories before. I spent most of my childhood summers in Mississippi where I've heard the stories, but I didn't, like I told you, I didn't hear about the Emmett Till story until I was in my 20s, but I heard the racist stories about down south, but it never happened to me. And now I'm sitting here listening to this man talk down to me and talk at me and tell me, hey, this is your job. Just pick up the towel and keep it moving. And who are you talking to like that? And now I'm getting loud. Like, who the hell are you talking to? Like, are you serious right now? And now my supervisor is on his way over, and I'm like, no, like that's disgusting as hell. You need to you owe me an apology. And he didn't. He wanted to still talk down to me, and I'm like, hey, f you.
Right.
Seriously, like that's gross. Like it just came off of your hot, sweaty body and you threw it at a person. The bin is right here.
Right.
And then my boss comes up and what's the issue? What's the problem? And I explain the situation to him. No, I'm walking, I'm collecting, blah, blah. He takes his towel off and keep in mind, I'm already grossed out because the guys who are coming out the steam room and the showers and stuff, you talking about 70, 80-year-old wrinkled, just pulling off towels, walking free as a
Right.
jaybird. Some already pretty much in here like this, I don't
Right.
want to see
Right.
it.
Right. Because
So,
most of us don't walk around like that. Just in public.
well, you speak you speak for yourself. You know what? It was college. I was paying. No, I was playing.
I don't know, man. I've never personally walked around naked at a gentleman's club, man. I just haven't.
I get you. So
I don't.
my supervisor comes over and he's what's going on and why are you yelling and this that and I explain the situation to him. And I watched the guy who's worked with me for months. That pat on the back, you're doing great. I appreciate having you here. Flip the switch. You just let it go. Just pick up the towel and go do what you need to do and blah blah. No, I'm not. This dude
Right.
just threw this towel in my face and it almost seems intentional. Now you want to talk down at me. Are you serious? But he's immediately on his side. And I'm like, hey, F you and F you too. And F this fucking job. I'm done. And I walked away. Because, yeah, the money was nice. The pay was nice. The access to the gym was nice. But it don't sit good with my core values, my morals, and my gut feeling.
Right.
If I'm going to settle for that, that means I'm going to allow other people to walk all over me. And that's not the dude I am. Could I literally flip the switch and broke his jaw? Yeah, but I didn't want to be that guy.
Right. Right. Right.
You know,
Oh, it's hard not to, though, man. Oh, I bet it was hard not to.
it's knocking sometimes. It's knocking sometimes.
I feel you. I feel you.
Mhm.
So you have this incident and you leave, and
Yes.
it gets better. The day just gets better.
Yeah. So, and this is this is me leaving work, um, and I'm headed home, and I'm literally walking. I get off the CTA bus because I wasn't privy to do the yellow buses like out in the suburbs. I caught the L train and the CTA bus, and I get to the main street, which is Ashland, and I'm walking down to Woods, and I'm about a block from turning left to where Woods is, and I'm still walking, and it's kind of night, just starting to be night. Excuse me. And I hear some guys yelling, kind of, and I turn around and I'm like, man, he can't be talking to me, but just in case, let me pick it up a little bit.
Right.
Then now there, where I was, picking up this pace faster, and I'm at the corner about to turn on my street. Now I hear the guy screaming, "That's that MFer right there. That's that fucker right there." And I'm like, what? And he's, "Come here, mother," and then starts letting off shots. Pow, 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 pow. I run and I dive. And thank God it's trees right there at the end of the block from the neighbor on the corner's house. But I dive and then I hit the ground and I get up immediately. Jackie Joyner Kersey. I'm gone.
Out of here.
I run around the block. I jump the fence in my backyard. I come through the basement door. I am terrified. I go to the front because, in a lot of Chicago brick houses, they have the brick glass. And in the center one, you can peek through. And I run to the front of the house and I peek through and I'm looking and I see these dudes running past. And I close the window slowly and I'm like, oh my gosh, who are these guys? And I'm freaking out. And now this time I sit down and I'm like, what the hell was that about? I'm putting through my mind, like, did I beat up somebody? Did I do something wrong? Did I piss somebody's sister off? Like, I'm scrambling my brain and I go to my leg and I feel my leg getting warm. And I'm like, and I pull up my pants leg and my leg is bleeding. And there's a bullet hanging halfway out my leg. And the fortunate part about that is the trees, it went through a couple of trees before it hit me. So it's pretty much just kind of the tip of it hitting my shin and it's sticking out. Now I'm freaking out because you have this heavy burning sensation. It's sore as hell. I'm like, what?
There's a bullet in
So
your shin.
yeah, now I have to, MacGyver my leg up. I'm wrapping toilet tissue and gauze around my leg. Now I got to sneak back out. Sneak back out. I'm make sure nobody's still out there. End up getting to the hospital. No question. Hey, somebody was shooting at me. Hey, where at? They took that. Not how old are you? Never. They going on your way.
Mm.
So yeah, this is society caring about the people in their neighborhood.
Mm.
Now keep in mind, I'm 18, 19. No acts of where a parent is. Hey, how'd you get shot? Were you doing something? Were you in a gang fight? Oh, somebody was shooting at you. That's crazy. Here, put your leg up here and going on your way. You're fine. You know. Yeah. So
Yeah. Uh, so, so you've been shot.
yes.
Um, and that was on the same day that somebody threw a covered towel at you, and you
Mm,
had to quit your job, and somehow you refrained from cracking that dude. Somehow. um, so so then you have you have this other experience that you told me about, and I don't want to miss too much in time here. There may be there's a few that I want to get to, but one
mhm.
of them has to do with you were walking with someone, your supervisor, and y'all were attacked.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. That's a little fast forward. I was actually it's crazy because a little bit down the line, I end up becoming a door to door salesman, and we were traveling all across the states. S- everybody in here, I apologize if you see me knock on your door and give you the whole Bible spiel. It was just work. Um, but I worked for a place called Chapel Sales, and we sold books, Bibles, and magazines. And we traveled state to state, and they canvassed neighborhoods, gated communities, and things of that nature. And we were in West Virginia. I had never been to West Virginia, never heard anything about West Virginia. I thought a lot of it was beautiful and pretty. And we got me and my supervisor had got dropped off to canvass an area in a partially gated community. And the van had pulled off. We're walking in, nobody saying anything, waving, "Hi, how you doing?" And we walk past his house, and this guy's cutting his grass. And my supervisor says, "Good morning." And the guy says, fuck off. And we kind of look at each other and he's like, what? He said, all I said was good morning to you. And he said, oh, I said, fuck off. Sir, you don't have to be rude. We just say good morning to you. Don't. And like we're slowly walking now, we're turned around facing him and like, no, what's your problem? What's your attitude about it? And he proceeds to stop cutting grass. And I said, fuck off. Don't talk to me. I don't need you around me and blah, blah, and word flying and everything. And I'm in a state of shock. But now you're close in my supervisor's face where you're pointing your finger, you're spitting in his face, like with nothing but pure ignorance. And then he says it again. And my supervisor, and like he's literally almost like bumping and pushing him. And my supervisor hit him. And now they're tussling. And I'm in a real life oh shit moment.
Right? Like, what is happening here?
This only because we hadn't been there 10 minutes.
Right.
And they're sitting there tussling, and I'm like, bro, we gotta go. Like, what are you doing? Like, stop, we gotta go. And I go to grab him because now he's popping this dude, and I as ignorant as he is, I'm kind of feeling bad for dude because I'm like, damn, bro, are you gonna punch back? Like
all that shit you were talking, you gonna defend yourself?
You gonna scratch him or bite him or something?
Right.
But I grab my supervisor up from behind, and I'm dragging him off, and I turn. I'm like, come on! And the guy grabs a knife and just turns and swings, but he hits me in the back of the calf, and that's probably funny. That's probably the only time in my life that my voice had went high pitch ever.
I bet. Well, not,
So if anybody,
not when you got shot, but when you got stabbed through the calf.
Yeah. So now I have a knife sitting in my calf. I hit the ground. I let my supervisor go. And he's like, what's wrong? I'm like, he just stabbed me. And he's like, son of a bitch. And starts beating the guy again.
Well, as
and
you
now
should.
I'm on the ground, like in pain. Wasn't even in a fight, and I got hit. No, casualty.
Right.
And now so within that radius, now there's 10 to 12 cop cars coming up. You. And they're running up to me and my supervisor with guns in our face. Don't fucking move. You stay there.
West Virginia cops.
And I'm like, bro, I have a fucking knife in me. What are we doing? Stay on the fucking ground. Put your face down. And there was a point in there where I just said, we're fucked. It was just kind of let go. It was like, we're fucked.
Right.
And the one saving grace, and this made me love people even more, because after a lot of stuff, you start giving up almost to humanity.
Yeah.
There was an old lady, and I'm gonna say it. She might have been Italian, but because she had this little bouffant hair, and she had a little old lady robe on, a little muumuu, I guess you could say that. And she's running across the street, and she's, no, they didn't do anything. They didn't start it, and literally was reaming the cop's ass. Reaming the cop's ass, and she's like, he started it. They were just walking, and and she told him absolutely everything. And I'm sitting on the ground, tears in my face, and I'm hurt, and because you're sitting here with guns in my face, threatening to shoot me. You're not wanting to call an ambulance. You have my supervisor face down on the ground like this with guns in his face, and this guy is standing up right there talking to y'all.
Right.
So I'm thinking we're fucked.
Right.
And then the lady comes out and tells everything, and literally testifies to the sergeant or whoever he was, and was like, I was sitting in my window just watching and seeing the whole thing. And then, not until she said it, called him a fucking ambulance. Then they called an ambulance for me. Then we can get up off the ground. and now you're putting him in cuffs. But we're the ones this close from catching and being riddled with bullets.
Right. Absolutely.
And I was super grateful, and I gave her the biggest hug, and I adored her, and I took her address and everything, and literally for the next couple of years I sent her letters saying thank you and telling her she saved my life, which she didn't have to do. She could have just closed her window and been on about, and I would have been in a West Virginia prison somewhere.
Yep. For a while.
And it was a lady who gave a fuck and said, "Hey, no, that's not right." And I was so appreciative. Granted, I haven't been back to West Virginia since, but I was so appreciative of her.
I don't
You know,
blame you, man.
you know, I was like, ugh,
How many
mm,
books did y'all sell that week?
none. We got out of town quick.
I got the hell out of
Um,
there. Oh
Once I
man.
released from the hospital, I sat up for 2 days in the bed, um, with my leg elevated, and we jumped from West Virginia to Silver Springs, Maryland. We got out of there quick.
Right.
I,
Man.
I didn't want no more of that, and I was like, oh my gosh, this lady is the best. You
Mm.
know,
Man, we're lucky to have you. I mean, we're lucky to
yeah,
have you in our presence.
I
Literally, like,
appreciate that.
just your life could have lost your life several times in this journey.
Yes,
And they ain't even gonna hear about all of them. But
yeah, yeah,
you've been
yeah,
you've been through it, man. You've been through
yeah,
it, and
yeah.
you're sharing the ones that you can share.
That part.
Keep that
I'm
in
I'm
mind, people. He's sharing
I'm
what he can
I'm
share.
I've been through enough to fit 2 lifetimes, literally.
So, so I don't want to skip over too much stuff here. I want to make sure. I
Okay,
think so far I've managed to keep it kind of chronological, but
absolutely.
we're gonna get to this event, this 50 Shades. I don't want to forget to talk about that, and I want to make sure to give her a heads up when we get around to that area. But there's a man that you said that you would like to mention, and his name is Cleverson Silva.
Yes,
And I made mention of your journey earlier in the show today. I mentioned that you could probably whoop folks' ass in about 10 different types of martial arts and boxing and all kinds of stuff, grappling and all of it. Um, we had a good conversation. I'm not all that knowledgeable about that world, but what you told me was what I was knowledgeable about, what I learned from the books of Bruce Lee,
yeah,
uh,
absolutely.
was that it is these are things meant to be calming. These are
Yes,
meant to be a spiritual level. Um, this isn't an aggressive thing.
not at
This
all.
isn't something you put out in the community to harm people. This is something in the community that's meant to help people,
Yes.
individually and as a group. So
Mhm.
could you just give a little bit of insight into Mr. Cleverson Silva and that and your experience in that whole not you don't even have to talk specifically about him. He's kind of represented for me that part of your life's journey, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. I owe a lot of my a lot of my discipline in my life to that man. I wouldn't have met him without a gentleman by the name of Blaze P. Singer, who literally told me, "Hey, you got some aggression you want to get out? I got the perfect place for you." And he introduced me into the world of jujitsu, and he made the introductions with which is now and forever will be my sensei, my master, the person who taught me, a gentleman by the name of Cleverson. He's a world champion jiu-jitsu practitioner. He learned, and for people who are familiar with Brazilian jiu-jitsu, he learned under the Gracie method, and he trained at Chuta Box, which is a Brazil's one of Brazil's most deadliest groups of people. Um, and I was awakened to such a magnificent and humbling world of fuck around and find out.
I bet.
Literally.
Woo, woo.
And he was always to the point of, I'm going to train you, I'm going to drill you, I'm going to teach you, but it's not for you to go out and terrorize the world. It's to teach you to humble yourself. It's to teach you to learn more about yourself, inward and outward. See yourself from the outside. Be the image of what you want to be. Could I break an elbow in 4 different ways? Absolutely. But do you really want to? One of the things he told me, and it's crazy because after about 2 weeks, I start understanding because he has a thick Brazilian accent. He told me, he said, the one thing I've learned in my lifetime, when you go to bars, when you go to clubs, it's always the guy in the muscle shirt who has the biggest mouth and thinks he's a tough guy. But he's the first one to get dropped. The guy sitting over in the corner
Facts.
doing nerdy things and reading books, that's the guy you get scared of because that's the guy who will mangle you. So if you're going to go for a challenge, go for the guy in the corner, but be ready for it. And me as coming from wrestling in high school, coming from street fighting, walked in with slight arrogance. Hey, I can fight. I know what I'm doing. I do. And for the next 3 months, my ass was handed to me on a regal platter.
Regularly.
Jiu-jitsu, in Muay Thai, in kickboxing, in boxing, in grappling. Now I knew wrestling, but wrestling doesn't compare to grappling and or jiu-jitsu. So for the next 3 months, at some point I had to submit not only to myself, but to submit to the teachings of what I learned. I instill that now in my sons right now in Taekwondo. I want them to learn that discipline. I want them to learn that humbleness. I want them to learn how to defend themselves without actually needing to break somebody in half. Most martial arts, most people take martial arts and say, "Oh man, I can kick your ass." No, most martial arts are made to incapacitate and de-escalate, to get it over quickly so you won't have to injure yourself or anybody. Why would you want to go further than that? Um, they they trained me and trained me and trained me, and I did no gi tournaments and gi tournaments. Um, there's side note. There's nothing like being choked by your own gi and or shirt collar, which is a jujitsu trick. Um, that will humble you quick.
I
But
bet.
oh, to think you're a badass and hey, I can armbar you, I can guillotine choke you, I can leg lock you, and then have somebody reach in your collar and just twist. Yeah, and don't even have to touch you. That's very humbling.
Yeah.
But I did tournaments. And it became a point of appeasing the acceptance of my sensei, but doing it for me because he kept telling me, "He's liberating you. You just have to want to see it too and bring him out to the forefront." And then they introduced me to the wonderful world of MMA. And he asked me, he's no pressure. Would you like to go to MMA and try it out and contest and things like that? And I said, wait a minute, they're going to pay me to compete against somebody legally. And the aggression that I've built up, I get to release elsewhere and not go to jail and not be
Not go to jail.
not be retaliated upon.
Yeah.
And he said yes. I said yeah. And the training for that was so immense. My first fight or any fight that I ever had, I didn't walk in with any aggression. I didn't walk in upset about anything. It was almost weird. Because if you told me back then, hey, I need you to go beat him up immediately, Incredible Hulk, let's go. I'm ticked. I'm angry. And I fought in a cage for 7.5, 8 years.
And anger in that instance is a hindrance, right? It
Very much
clouds your
so.
mind. It clouds your thought process.
It does. You can function. You
Ego.
can function on anger. Um, Anger will get you knocked out. It will get you choked out.
And ego and anger.
Yeah. Ego and arrogance are literally a huge reason to make you walk away from something. I know each one of us back in our day in high school and elementary, you always had that one person used to talk the loudest and talk the most, but was a pussycat. That's ego and arrogance. They sound great and big. Oh, look at me, I'm the shit. But when it came down to do it, it's like, yeah, I got something to do. I got to.
Yeah. What's that Tyson said? Everybody got a game plan until they get hit in the mouth.
That part. That's part. Everybody's a gangster until a gangster shows up. So,
Right. Right.
no.
And in your case, he showed up as a physical specimen and he also got that voice.
Yeah.
After he knocked you out in a really smooth voice, he could tell you about it.
Hey,
Hey, little
sir,
brother, I'm
excuse
sorry
me.
I had to do that to you.
Excuse me, sir. I apologize. Could you wake up? No.
Right? Sorry
No.
I had to do that to you, man.
Yeah,
Go ahead, get up
and
now.
and I have am literally in the beginning of my fighting days. My third fight and my seventh fight I lost. Um, my third fight I lost due to arrogance, and my seventh fight I lost due to cockiness. Um, Showboating in my third fight, and he leg locked me. And I
Ah,
wasn't too efficient in leg locks, and he ankle picked me, and yeah, I didn't really want my foot facing that way when it's supposed to sit up like this. I didn't want
right.
it to
I
be
did that.
no,
It's no fun.
yeah. Mm-mm. So I took that loss and I went to train harder, and I said, all right, I get it. And Cleverson said, what did you learn? I said, well, not to give my legs. He said, well, your lesson ain't learned yet, so I'll wait. And in my
Mm,
seventh fight, now, keep in mind, I'm at this time. I'm 6'1" now. I'm 6'1", I'm 170 pounds. I'm fighting a guy who's 5'6", 170 pounds, and I'm ragdolling the hell out of this guy. I'm slamming him. I'm beating on him. But he wouldn't quit. He wouldn't quit, and we're fighting 3 rounds, and he's already down 2 rounds, and I'm mauling this guy, and I'm asking my coaches why don't they throw the towel in? Like, he's not gonna beat me. He's not. There's no way in hell this dude is going to beat me. Like, he's weak, and my cockiness, and in one fell swoop, we lock up, and I overreach, and I feel his foot hit my thigh, and he jumps, swings his legs around me, and then my feet go in the air. He hit me with a flying armbar. And when I hit that mat, he yanked so damn hard, my shoulder popped out.
oh,
And immediately,
yeah.
and he turned around, and it's crazy. He let go, turned around, and he said, don't move, don't move. And he pops my shoulder back in.
Wow.
He said, are you okay? I said, yeah. I said, I'm great, man. I said, what the hell did you do? He said, I heard it pop. I just put it back in. He said, don't move it so much. No, the humble guy. You sitting there bloody in the face, but you're helping me.
Wow.
And we get up, and they announce him as the winner. I hold his hand up, and I asked him, I said, bro, why did you keep getting up? He said, why would I stay down? He said, I came to fight. Why would I stay down? After that, I trained with that guy for at least 2 months. I asked for permission from my sensei, and I went to go train with him. And I learned so
Right
much
on.
from him. Like, one of the best guys I've ever met. So,
And he gets up. He keeps getting up. You better watch out. I like cats like that. They won't go. They just keep getting up. Some folks just keep getting
Ooh,
up, man.
if he would have got up more times, I would have been like, all right, I'm done. You can have it, bro. You can have it. I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore.
It's that gritty, right? It's that gritty dude.
Yeah, and
Woo!
that's what I was missing. That was what I was missing. Instead of having that arrogance and cockiness, I needed to have that grind. I needed to have that motivation, that push, and I didn't. I just thought, yeah, I can do it. I'm athletic. It's gonna happen for me. And that's what my
Right.
coach was teaching me. He said, "You have your lesson hasn't been learned yet. You'll learn." So, it was a hard one, but it was a fun one.
So there's another example, man, of your character and the way you approach things. The guy that you were pummeling pulls a move off, beats you, shows you his humbleness,
Yes,
and y'all go on to train together, and you go on to learn from him, and you go on to become a better
yes,
human being and a better fighter because you were willing to learn from someone. And
yeah,
there, I think, is one of the um, the man has excelled in a lot of different areas. And I think part of the reason he's excelled in so many different areas is he applies himself. He's
yeah,
disciplined. He works hard, right?
yeah.
And
Absolutely.
and the I hope the folks are getting a picture painted here of the. See, we had this conversation too, and you're the epitome of this in my mind. In our conversation, we were talking about life,
Hmm.
and I was describing what I used to do for a living, and how I would hope that if someone was in my house, un you know, without my permission, uh,
Uninvited, definitely.
uninvited, right?
Hmm.
That my first instinct would be to help them rather than to hurt
Hmm.
them,
Yeah.
because I grew up in a culture that everybody has this fantasy that they're going to protect their trailer from whatever thieves or whatever's out there. And I watched a whole generation of people live their entire lives with that fear and pass away and are now under a tombstone, and that is yet to happen.
Yes.
Um, and I'm not discounting bad things happen. You just gave us a pretty good understanding that bad things happen to good people.
Yeah.
Um, however, that that happening didn't change you in a way you changed it.
Yeah.
You
So
could
to
have
speak.
been
Yeah.
another person in that community. You could have been another one of those folks in that community, letting the lead
Yes.
rip all the time and hustling and doing all those things because you have the skill set, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You had the talent, so to
Which is
speak.
like the name that was bestowed upon me by my sensei, which I told you, um, an uki,
Yes.
which should translate smart dummy, and it sounds
Yes.
like an insult, but it's totally is not. It's just what it translates out to be. No, an uki when like prime example, like women who go to self defense classes or people who go to martial arts classes. There's always one guy who's always doing the moves on someone, and he's here. Let me show you how to chop. Let me show you how to flip. But he's never teaching you the opposite side of it. Now the guy who's getting the move put on him, he sees how it is to be done, and he sees the other side of it. He's learning the reversals. He's gaining the knowledge of the reversals. He's learning both sides of it. That guy is considered the uki. Now they it translate out to smart dummy because you're dumb enough to let him keep putting the move on you, but you're smart because you're learning the opposite sides. So the guy who keeps putting the move on you, you're already better than him because you know what he's going to do and how to get out of it or how to escape it. So the name Uki was bestowed upon me by Clevis and Silva, and I took it as an insult in the beginning until they explained it to me because I was like, did he just call me a dummy? But once they
Right?
explained it to me, I took it as an honor because, I mean, I was like, damn, I'll just keep getting my ass whooped over here, like y'all. But
Right.
he took the opportunity to show me, hey, now when I go to put you in a rear naked choke, or now when I go to put you in a guillotine, show me how you get out. And I did. And he said, this is what a uki does. So it was an honor to be called that because they don't just hand that out to anyone. Like
Right.
it's just a term, but you have to put the work in. They'll walk
You're
in the
gonna take
gym,
some
hey, go
lumps.
go talk to the uki. Like you're
Mm,
designated for that. So hey time.
right. Yeah, that's quite an honor to my understanding, and it's well earned in terms of you take a beating to get it.
Yeah.
Essentially, you like
Whew.
you said, you describe it as moves. You describe it as moves, but I
Yeah.
understand those to result in bruises
Yeah.
and
Yeah. Yeah.
hematomas and
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
strained ligaments and tendons and
Oh,
bruised up muscles and yeah.
you know what? I wish I would have had an endorsement with Shaq and Icy Hot back then. I would have used a lot of it.
I heard
Definitely would
that.
have. So
so,
absolutely.
so you, I mean, so now you've gone through this field of cage fighting, and you went on to. Is it okay to share your record?
Yes.
You went on, to my understanding, to be 17-2. So that's that number seven loss. You went ahead and put 10 wins behind that before you retired. So you obviously did learn something, sir.
Well, one of the biggest arrogant things that was about me with fighting, I never liked getting hit in the face.
Mm. Yeah,
So
I
if
don't
you
like
hit me
getting
in
hit
the
in the face
face,
either.
if you hit me in the face, it was. I mean, I, I, I think I'm pretty pretty. I think I'm a pretty little flower over here. Um, so if you hit me in the face, like the body shots never bother me. But if you hit me or kick me in my face, then it's another level of rage that I had to control, but I had to project out. So it
Right.
was it, when you hit me in the face, the corner was like, "Oh shit!"
Well,
And,
I
and,
won't need a
and
reminder. I'll
yeah,
never hit you in
and
the face.
and they knew they knew I was in the fight, but it was like, yeah, I hope he doesn't hit me in the face. But yeah, yeah, I had to work ahead of
so
him.
so so then you have um, this other uh, career in music. There's an
Yes,
entire another career that you had making music,
yes,
and we want to make sure to talk about that a little bit, and only
yes.
to the extent that of course, that you want to. But tell them a little bit about that part of the great Deveno.
You,
The man
you,
does everything, y'all. I'm telling you,
there
he
was
is a living example of excellence. Look.
I,
If you
I
want a living example of excellence, this man is it, and that includes the humility side, the character side.
am grateful for that. I never say that about myself, but for people to mention me in those that way, I'm humbled by it. Um, it I've always had a creative creative mindset, creative passion in things I did, which started with art and music. That is forever my passion until I take my last breath. Art and music, and outside of sketching and visually drawing things, my music um, was a passion for rapping and writing songs and producing music, and I loved it a ton because it's I've innately grown this thing where I can sit silently on a porch or inside a room and listen to the sounds around me, and everything starts to sound like a beat, or I can add a beat to it. It's almost like Gregory
The rhythm
Hines
of
in that old
life.
movie Tap, where he was out on the street and started
Gregory
listening to,
Hines.
yes, it's almost like that. Um,
Right
so
on.
for a short period of time, we were in studios, we were making music and CDs, and we were performing shows, and I was part of a rap group, um, which was crazy because I was not. I've actually never said this out loud, outside of the people who know. I was not Deveno Caprice. I was K9 the Ruckus.
Oh, K9 the Ruckus.
So, which is funny because my friends called me K9 because it was funny
Isn't
because
that
they
an
said I
Earth
was
killing asteroid?
when it's crazy because they gave me that name. They said I was the closest thing that they had to DMX, the voice and the
Ah,
rap.
oh man.
So they called me K9 because DMX was the whole dog and he had yeah.
If I'd have known that, that'd have been the music I would have put instead of Nas, man. If I'd have known that, DMX would have
So
been up in there.
I
Where my
love Nas
dogs
though.
at?
So that's how they felt. So they gave me that name, and I was like,
That's
okay, it's
awesome.
accepted. But we did so many shows and recorded. We recorded at least 6 CDs and sold them out of our own book bags, out of our own trunk of cars and things like that. It was an awesome thing. But every great thing comes to an end because when one man feels that they're above the group, um, then you know, it kind of distant when people separate and it a lot of us separated on hold on.
No worries, folks. Devino is handling his business. Hey, I like that question too, Devlin. What's he got against elbows? We're gonna get to the bottom of this elbow thing here before too long. Thank you everyone in the chat for
My
being here.
apologies for that.
Oh,
Yeah.
no worries, man. This is your show.
There's not an
No
echo, is it?
worries.
There's
No,
no
no
echo, is it?
echoes. You're good.
Okay.
Miss Devlin's curious about what you got against elbows, though.
See, I don't have a thing against elbows. I have a thing against your elbows, ma'am. So,
Uh,
I love elbows. If I have to, if God forbid, um, and thankfully I haven't had to, but if I have to get into a fight, I won't kick you with my foot or hit you with my fist. Because of Muay Thai, I take advantage of forearms, elbows, shin, and knees all day. So I the elbow thing is a magnificent thing. So
hey,
I,
hey,
I'm I'm
let's
good
be
with that.
clear. Let's be clear, man. If it ever, let's have a conversation. If you feel like you need to shatter my elbow,
Yeah, no,
can we sit down and have a conversation about that
no,
first?
no.
I might be able to convince you there's a better way.
You know what? I actually used to volunteer and teach young women in a class with Cleverson, teach young girls in school how to defend themselves. And one of the biggest ladies, don't take advantage of this, and don't run with this either. Women can get away with more per the law than men can. If a woman stabs you with a pencil and or key, it's self-defense. If a man, it's a weapon. You can get in trouble because of the sheer brute strength that we carry. So they expect us to always go hand to hand if we're being attacked or defended. But women can actually get like carrying a key between your fingers. I teach women that all the time. When you're walking to your car, put your car keys between your fingers and walk to the car. Kind of cuff your hand so it's not seen. So if someone grabs you right here, the face is such as has so many soft spaces, and I teach that type of stuff. I've mentioned to Angel a lot of times that I taught the first thing a man wants to do or a predator wants to do is grab a woman up by her neck and I told him, I said, when you have your elbow like this, it takes 4 pounds upward to shatter an elbow. So if you control his hand holding it down, and you take the palm of your hand and pop up, only 4 pounds to shatter that elbow. He'll never grab anybody again.
Mm.
So these are these are small you teach. And I even just on a side note, because a lot of my female friends, a lot of my sisters, I know, for example, like Devlin. Devlin can take care of herself, and I know she can. But it does not hurt because she's a smaller woman. It doesn't hurt to have those little tips. And it's nice to continue to train and familiarize yourself like muscle memory for the fact
Right.
of the matter, because when it actually happens, the first thing the body does is freak out and you're flailing, and so you want to put yourself in the mindset of it's a possibility. Just because it hasn't happened, it's a possibility. Oh, he grabbed me,
Right.
and now you're free to go.
Right.
So I mean, especially in this day and time, because it's we've seen a lot in this day and like within the past few years of a lot of this trafficking stuff, and and unfortunately it's a lot of women and young girls. You know, we've all heard the stories about the grocery stores on your car, or the zip ties and things of that nature to kind of draw. It's unfortunate,
Right.
and I want to put out there as men, even though these women are not in your family, if you're at a Walmart, if you're at a Whole Foods, if you're at a Target or whatever store you're at, when you're walking through the parking lot, just kind of look around. Be observant about your surroundings, because just because it's not happening to you doesn't mean somebody's not being preyed upon. It might be the lady next to you. When you're walking through the store, watch out for these creepazoids who peeking around the aisle at these young girls. Ask them, what the hell are you doing? Because some of these women are literally unaware and defenseless at times, and they don't know. And it's not that they can't take care of themselves, it's just they expect to go out and shop and do their thing and go home in a normal life, but we don't stay in normal times anymore.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
Keep your head on a swivel and protect yourself.
In our conversation the other day, I wrote down some words.
Yes,
They were capable,
yes,
competence, and
yes,
confidence. And
yes,
in our discussion, I found it really cool that you. I think we have a similar philosophy. We arrived there kind of in different ways, sort of. I mean, but um, for me, what you're describing is a person that's capable and a person that is competent can have that confidence to know they're going to react the right way in any given
yeah,
situation.
mhm,
And oftentimes that initial response is the make or break moment, right?
yes,
Um,
yes,
whether you're talking about martial arts, whether you're talking about a cage match, or you're talking about the Walmart parking lot with the white van trying to drag somebody into that van. The
yeah,
decisions that are made in that moment, um, and what you're talking about is being capable and being competent so you can walk with that confidence of
yes,
being situationally aware. I understand what's going on around you. But don't just be situationally aware for yourself. Be situationally aware for your neighbors, the other patrons at the places that you go. Um,
yes,
to a large degree, we protect ourselves by protecting those around us, is the philosophy
true,
that I'm hearing. And
true,
I think that's a beautiful thing because um, there are those of us in this world, and I'm certainly not trained to your level, but I've had some pretty decent training, and I'm a capable dude. I'm 6 foot,
yes.
200 pounds, and um, I can't run from you. So I'm gonna have to stand and fight.
Well,
So,
at my good old age of 44, I don't want to chase you, so we both gonna be standing there. So,
right. So we might be all right. We'll just be chilling.
yeah,
But
yeah,
understanding our limitations is key, right? I
yeah,
make a
yes,
joke about it, but I can't. We think about being in a situation in public. Um, Evasion is the first. Your best option is to
yeah,
get away. Well, I
Yes.
better be situationally aware that with my ankle completely fused, I'm not going to run very fast.
Yeah.
So I better have a different game plan, right?
De-escalation and avoidance.
Right.
Yes.
And my situational awareness and your situational awareness need to be a little bit different because our capabilities are a little bit different.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
think that's what you're articulating as far as the women situation goes, is that it
Absolutely.
isn't that they aren't capable, it isn't that they aren't competent, it isn't that they aren't confident. In some
Yeah.
instances, they're none of those things and don't even know.
Yeah. And
And
being aware, um, and because a lot of these women have seen some weird shit going around them, and there are men like us that will
sadly,
go up. If you're in a store and you feel uncomfortable and somebody's watching you, and let's use for example, let's say I notice it, I may walk up and be like, and just call you a random name. Hey
right?
Joanne, I haven't seen you in a while. Hey, how you been? Girl, oh man, it's great to see you. Just to get you
Yes,
out of that scenario. And then when you get
yes,
a couple hours away, hey, go talk to the employees at Walmart and tell them that you're being followed. Because I'm not going to follow you and see where that person is to keep an eye on them.
yes,
You need to be
yes,
safe. I'm not worried about me. I'm very capable of taking care of me. Although I'm not saying I don't need to be protected as well, but I can take care of me. I'm going to make it to my car. I'm going to make it home to my children. There's no one that is stopping me from that. Why? Because I refuse to be stopped. My goal is to go home and kiss my children every night to bed. You're not going to stop that.
right, right.
So, but I feel a lot better by seeing you go home to your children and your family as well.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
can sleep easy knowing that. So,
And and I think that comes back to this community thing, right? If we actually care about our
absolutely.
community, if we actually care about the people in our community, then situational awareness and being
Yes,
competent and capable is to the benefit of everyone.
absolutely.
So I admire that approach, man. I really do, because it takes extra patience, it takes extra character, it takes extra um, a lot of different things, resources, thought process,
Indeed.
emotional energy, the whole bit, all of it. You have to be a little more self-aware, um,
Uh-huh.
because you've got to include those folks around you. You're aware of them as well, the good and bad. And
Yes.
that's a great lesson, man. And we've talked a lot about aggression, and in our conversation you and I had, we both talked about how we were rewarded in our lives for being capable of aggression, for being
Yes.
capable of being that dude. Um,
Yeah.
and and I think what we're both trying to work on, and I think one of the things that we respect about each other is that we're on this journey away from violence. We're on this journey to try to
Absolutely.
to try to find a different way to do things because
Yes.
it ain't working,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
um,
And I think
and
the thing we agreed upon is what we talked is still the question you have to ask yourself: what has anger, being pissed off, being upset, being violent? What has it ever solved? And both of us continue came up with the same answer: nothing.
right,
Absolutely nothing.
more
It
violence.
hasn't
That's what
fixed
it
anything.
caused. It just
It,
caused
it
more violence,
yeah,
perpetuated it.
yeah, and a lot of
Absolutely.
regret in the end.
Right. Yeah, we have to
So
live with it, right?
yeah,
There are situations that when I was a younger man, if I could go back knowing what I know now, I would handle them much better. You
well,
know.
there might have been one violent moment. I probably would have beat the Facebook guy up. Yeah,
Right.
that is one violent moment I would have got out of my system. So
Right. Well, so let's change gears now a little bit. To me, that's what make I love getting in depth in the story,
mhm,
right? Because now my hope is that folks, including myself, have a little bit better understanding of where this man's coming from, what he's been through, what he's actually about. Don't 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 let don't let the reputation fool you. This man is
Yes.
humble and kind, and looks out for his community. That's why he's here. That's the way he gets down. So uh, now let's talk about some art a little bit,
Yeah,
uh,
yeah.
or a lot. Uh, and if before we do that though, have I missed anything in your story, in your journey that is key that we need to make sure to hit on that I may have overlooked?
I'm gonna say no. No, definitely not. Um, my sister, I love you right there, but you're a hater. I know you're giving me shit, but you're a hater, and you're short. Um,
All right, a sibling play. What up, Chocolate Minds? Good to see
no,
you.
no, I definitely, Chocolate Man, shout out to my brother, one of the dopest digital artists around. Definitely
You
follow and
talked
show
about
love to
him in the
him.
interview.
Yes, dope dude. Um, I, you know what? Everything I do, every accolade that I receive, every piece of love that I consume, all draws back to my mother because she is a intricate key of who I am today. Like I told you, for every boy, their mom is their first love. She's my love. I ever heard because no matter what, good, bad, or indifferent, she was there and she stuck through hell and hot water with me, whether it was good or bad. And she could have said, "Hey, I give up. I've done all I can do." And no, good, bad, or indifferent, she was there. Whether she needed to give me a life lesson, whether she get, and I grew up in the era of ass whoopings. Whether she had to give me an ass whooping to straighten me out, and hey, I don't
Yeah,
like
me
this, I
too.
don't like that, but she's been that's actually my mom right there. That's my mother.
Right on. Right on.
And with I mean, we've had days where we've laughed till our belly hurts, we've cried till our eyes dried, we've sat and said a million words without saying one word verbally. But everything I know, everything I am, my heart, my compassion, my empathy, my sympathy, all comes from her. All comes from her.
You know, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but I think you'll know the answer to this. Does she have a favorite color?
Yeah, it's my favorite color. It's
What's that?
blue and black. Blue and
Blue?
black.
All right, blue and black. So if y'all would please, I know that Chad usually has the blue hearts. Y'all usually do blue hearts for Chad, but would you please drop blue and black hearts in the chat for this man's mom so we can get at least a screenshot of showing
But
some love to
it's
mom. Thank you,
blue.
Climax. Thank you, Scorpio
Blue.
Lotus.
Hey,
Thank you.
climax. Yeah.
Blue heart tonight. Show mom some love. Thank you, Devlin.
Yeah.
There we go. There we
She's
go.
dope.
Moderators, if you would please, any one of you able to get a screenshot, please do so. I'm not able to right now because I don't want to lose the whole thing. But thank y'all very much. Y'all are amazing. Look at that. Look at that, man.
I appreciate y'all.
Oh, that's good. That's good right there. Let's just let's love on mom for a minute here. Just let them blue hearts roll by. If y'all would, please take a screenshot here and there. Uh, Anybody willing to do that? Thank you. Thank you, Mufasa's mom. Thank you. We appreciate you.
I appreciate y'all. Thank you for that.
You've raised one hell of a man. I'm so proud to be able to call him my friend.
And we'll till we take our last breath, brother.
Beautiful. Thank you, people. Thank you for those beautiful blue hearts. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Y'all are dope as
Thank
shit.
you.
I love y'all for that. I appreciate it. Cause if I could, it literally, if I could wrangle the boom and give it to her, I would. My mom and everything. So
I
for
believe
y'all
you,
to show
man.
me so much love, man, I appreciate that.
From the conversation that you and I had, it was very obvious that she was the rock. She was the foundation that everything is built on. And I really appreciate all you folks in the chat showing her love. I thank you so much. I really do. And Miss Mufasa, thank you for stopping through. We really appreciate it. It's good to see you. You did an amazing just and I know that it wasn't easy for you to do that, and I thank you. I'm grateful to you for the contribution you've made for all of us. He lifts us all up, so thank you. And thank everybody in the chat for keeping to drop them hearts. I appreciate it. I don't know how long y'all been doing it, but that's amazing.
It's stop
Oh, I
before y'all
love
make
it.
me cry. Shit.
I love it, man. I love it. Y'all out there. Thank y'all. So, you make music, you do poetry, you've done voice work. You're an
Yeah.
athlete. You're I don't know. You got multiple colors of belts in multiple different disciplines, and the belts don't even matter because you got the knowledge that's bigger than the belt. And
Yeah.
and and then you well you meet this lady, and her name is Angel Tony.
Yes.
And I'm gonna pause there, and you rewind as much as you want to get back to where you start on that part of the story. Um, and I know there's some other stuff that you may or may not want to mention that's pre Angel Tony, but Angel Tony comes into your life, and I pretty much had to stop writing on my notes because at some point I had to be like, oh, man, I really appreciate it. But this interview is actually about you. We tried to talk about Deveno today,
He did.
and I want to tell you, Mrs. Angel Tony, uh, he talked a lot about you. And I would also like to tell Lady Sean and Miss Devlin and Chocolate Minds, he talked about y'all too. And there are others that he talked about. I'm just mentioning some names that I happen to see in the chat. And the reason I'm saying all of this, he spent more time talking about other people and projects that they were working on and what they were doing and how proud of them he was and that kind of thing. And I kept having to find a polite way to be like, hey, bro, I want to hear about you though, man. I want to hear about you though, man. And I
He
think it's a
did.
beautiful, I think it's a beautiful thing because it's sincere. It isn't contrived. It is legit how you are. And
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this again. I've only been on this platform for about 6 months. Um, and in that time, this has been a strange journey. We've had that conversation. There's been good, a lot of good, and there's been some bad too. And Devino shows up uh, when other folks don't. He shows up when the darkness shows up, and he is the light. It is
Yes.
unbelievable. I don't know if you have like a team of people that are out there just perusing who might need help, but you show up, man. You show up, and
it's I can't say it's luck. It just a lot of the times right place, right time. I don't intentionally go looking. It just happens.
and
So,
those people that I
but
mentioned are fiercely loyal
if
to
I
you.
I don't if I can pause for one quick second. My boys just pulled up, so I gotta go get them really quick. Um,
Do you
so
think?
give me 2 seconds. Let me go get them.
I'm gonna talk smack about you while you're gone.
Oh man, do it. I'm good with that.
You know better than that. Angel's in the chat.
Oh, and if you want, you can definitely pull her up so she can tell you about what's going on too.
All right. Yeah, this would be a great time to do that. So, moderators, we have Mrs. Angel Tony in the chat, and I'm literally afraid to push any buttons. I don't want to kill the feed. So, if y'all wouldn't mind, please send her an invitation, and I will try to. Oh, thank y'all. I appreciate it. I see it
Oh,
populating here. There she is.
yeah,
So,
I am.
folks, normally when we do one of these interviews, it's all about the individual, not totally this individual, because Angel Tony is a huge part of this man's journey and a huge part of his life, and they also take care of business together. So um, I really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much, Angel, for being here.
Or
I'm gonna
appreciate you.
expand you into the bigger box for the moment. And is John, is there anything that he or I said that is not accurate? Go ahead and correct us now.
Nope, not one thing.
we so far we're close. All right.
You're right on the
Well,
money.
well, I really appreciate you doing this. I know how much he cares about you and respects you and values your view, your opinion, and and I can't talk about all the stuff that we talked about, but let's just say that you are an integral part of Deveno. And, the beautiful thing I love about it is that you watch us back and he watches your back. And in that journey, y'all y'all have primal poetry, and he was telling me about these events that you started, which I think are amazing. And I hope I don't mess this up, and I'll be quiet and let you tell us about it. But he was telling me about this 50 Shades of Gray,
So
I'm
that's
sorry, 50 Shades of Seduction. My apologies. 50 Shades of Seduction. Um, that, you were telling him that you wanted to give basically a prom every year because he didn't get the opportunity to go to prom because he forewent his prom so that his sister could go, his twin sister. And you heard that story and you decided you were going to do something about that. And you came up with this incredible concept of 50 Shades of Seduction.
yes,
Uh, could, could you start there? Is that a fair place to start?
that's a
Or,
fair place.
okay.
Um, when he told me the story, I was like, "How could you not go to prom? Like, we waited years to go to prom." Came together with the team with my bright ideas. If Irene was here now, she'd be rolling her eyes. Um, and I said, I want to give him a prom. Let's throw a party where we give him a prom, every year. And the team came together and was like, well, let's turn it into a black tie affair. Okay, well, he loves poetry. Let's make it a poetry event. So in develops 50 Shades of Seduction. It is a night that we love on the men. It is a night that we show you all appreciation. We show you that we see you. We show you that we care. How many times have we heard throughout time that women don't care or uplift the men? So this was our way of not only me giving him something that I felt that he missed out on as a child, but also giving back to the men and letting them know that we see you, we care, we understand the struggles that you all have when you leave the comforts of your home every day. So let's have this one weekend where we just love and celebrate you guys. So
Mm.
the main rule for the men of that night is they are to look good, smell good, come in and sit there, let them do the rest.
Wow. And what he described to me was that just very thoughtful, loving, compassionate space, and I think that's just a beautiful thing, and it comes from such a loving place. It's just really is remarkable to me. I mean, it literally. It's the thought of it. It's the fact that you would think about something like that and then bring it into real life. It's just an amazing thing. I kept talking about Davino's character, and it speaks to your character that he sees you and very much as look. He see obviously his mom is his rock for that part of his life. For the and your role is a completely different role, and I don't mean to compare them in that context, other than to say he's lucky enough that he's got two rocks,
He does.
and and it is it, the partnership that you two have has developed into primal poetry came from that too. Is that correct? Am I
Yeah.
understanding that correct?
He wanted to give um to know me is to know I like to be in the shadows. Okay. And every day since we started communicating with each other, it's been an ongoing conversation every day. So he would tell me stuff and oh, we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. Can you come to this meeting with me? Oh, okay. Me not knowing why do you want me here, I could be doing something else, but okay. And then I would be texting him ideas like, okay, well, what about this? And what about that? And what about this? Well, my big mouth somehow pushed me forward and us in the team came up with Primal Poetry. When I started out, it was five of us. Now there are three. And it has just become our baby. It's just our baby. It was his dream. He wanted to give performances. He wanted to give people a platform that they could show their artistry on, and it has just developed into Primal Poetry.
And tell us a little more about the about primal poetry and kind of the type of events or that kind of thing.
Well, Primal Poetry is known for their erotica. We know we real nasty and real bad at
It,
times.
it's okay. You allow. That's why I could sense that you weren't sure how much you could say. Go ahead and talk.
Real nasty and we're erotica. It is. We are very much erotica. Um, it it stems from him and Irene. They are keeping the train going. Irene, the Passion Queen, and we are slowly opening doors for other erotic poets. We are kind of pushing other poets to come on and dabble in it a little bit. Um, and it's just a night of sexy. It's a night of mental cinema. It's a night where all the things nobody else really does, they do it. They just do it in the
Right.
confines of their home. And with the poetry, we are kind of opening people's minds to things that they thought was so taboo, and it's really not. Um, we recently, as of last October, added Miss Kitty to the scene. And Miss Kitty comes in and teaches us about BDSM. Everybody thinks that it's so taboo, but low key, a lot of us like a lot of kinky stuff. Um, and it's okay. And that's what we want you to know in those moments that it's okay to be a little freaky. It's okay to be a little nasty. It's okay to have kinks. If someone has a problem with it, that's their problem. But you have to live your life to the fullest.
Absolutely, and it's beautiful to hear you speaking these terms. I'll just be straight up with you. I'm on the opposite end of. I'm such a kind of a plain dude. I like Sammy B and others in the chat laugh at me sometimes because my face will literally turn red when people say certain things. But here's the other side of it. That's just my journey. That's just what I like. I love the fact that y'all have created the space for exactly for people to be who they are. That's the beautiful thing to me. And hey, for me, I'm kind of, and my wife's the same way. We're kind of middle of the road. We don't, neither one of us are really into anything too freaky. But I think that people being able to explore their sexuality, um, could bring them to kind of where I see things, or it could bring them to where people could explore things that they were afraid of exploring before. And
Exactly.
now they have a place to do that. they do that. So I really, it really doesn't matter where I'm at on that spectrum. The fact that you provided a place for there to be a spectrum is absolutely beautiful. It really is. And I know that you get pushback for some of that.
Oh, I do.
And and
I do.
and I respect the fact that you do it anyway.
I, Irene and him give me shit in every meeting. They do.
I don't
They do. They both.
I,
This part over me and this one sitting right underneath me, and I just look at both of them. I be like, okay, when you're done, this is how we're gonna move forward.
well, I know Miss Devlin is similarly minded. Let's say
Yeah.
she likes to be in the background. She'd rather not be up front, and kind of like you described the way you like things, Angel. But she's another example of someone who I. The reason I bring her up, it was just such a privilege to get to talk to her and to hear her art. And she took a real chance on me at the beginning of the show when she came on the show. She just not going on because SA asked her to. But that's another example of the people that move in that in your group, who willingly put other people out there in front of themselves. And you are all incredibly talented in your own right. And y'all just keep passing the baton to each other. It's like hot potato. It's like, I don't want the spotlight. I don't want the spotlight. I don't want the spotlight. Y'all just keep passing it around. But the beautiful thing about it is y'all all are growing. Every one of you things and getting bigger and bigger following. And it's because of your character. It's because of how you do what you do, I believe.
Well, like I tell every poet that decides to perform with primal poetry, is I am very protective. I am very overprotective. I'm quieted in the background a lot of the times, but if you disturb anybody's peace, if I feel like you're going to hurt them in any kind of way, then you get to see a different side of Angel Tony. And it's not
Yes,
pretty.
ma'am.
Well, I want people to feel comfortable being in that moment, being in that spotlight. And I will not allow anybody to jeopardize that. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care about your thoughts. If you don't want to be in this space, then it is absolutely your duty to leave it. Because if you hurt any one of them, if you disturb their peace in any way, you no longer get a voice in this situation. You're going to get a straight ticket out. And it's either verbally or physically. Because I'm not going to allow I'm not going to allow you to take a person who's already nervous about performing or nervous about showcasing themselves. I'm not going to allow you to knock them back. That's not going to happen because you didn't have to be here. So my main motto when we're promoting is, if you buy your ticket, buy it in love. If you buy it for any other reason besides that, please, by all means, keep your money. We don't need it. We don't want it. We don't want it.
And getting that other side, I think that was the side you told me you wanted to watch out for.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. I would like to
I'll watch
do
out for
everything
it
that I
too.
can. I appreciate you, man. I want to do everything I can to stay on the good side of Miss Angel Tony. I like the way she gets down. I like the way she handles her business. So I don't want her to be upset at. I like her. I don't want her to be upset at me. And I
It
damn
takes a
sure.
lot for me to get. He is normally the first call. So he either pushes the needle, either I'm 100% valid in how I feel and I'm going for it, or he calms me down and makes me think of it a different way. So before I make an action, I try my best to call him. But if he's not available,
Yeah, she can't be left unsupervised.
People on their own, if she ain't available, they better watch out.
Yeah.
But see, I love the fierceness of it. That's the thing. I love the fierceness. It's love. It is love. It is compassion. It is sincerity, but it is fierce. And I dig that. I feel you on that. It is that's beautiful because that gives an umbrella. I like to describe it as in my mind it's kind of like an umbrella. Um, Devino, allow folks to come under your umbrella. They're under your protection. They're under your guidance. They're under your, while they're in your spaces. It reminds me of how some cats rolled in the Middle East. If you were staying with them, they were honor bound. You were their guests. Your happiness and your livelihood was in their hands, and they took it very seriously. And it reminds me of cultures that I've encountered. Where people actually looked out for each other instead of just talking about looking out for each other. That's a beautiful thing. And you're doing it in an area that you get blowback for it, which makes it even more amazing. So thank you. Thank you. You're not going to get thanked enough because you and Devlin and folks like that like to be behind the scenes. But from me personally, thank you so much for elevating the community, for providing what you provide. An outlet for people to be safe, a place for people to find out about themselves. And there are very few places where people can safely find out about themselves. There's a lady named Pamela in the chat, Pamela Walsh Arts, and I've seen her perform. I know it wasn't at I know it was at a Lady Shine event, which is a different thing, but I still that's the same. There are still folks there providing a safe place for people to explore their art.
Yes, Lady Shine and I and Devino and Irene kind of have the same philosophy. When you're with us, you're protected. We want you to explore who you are. We want you to show who you are. We want you to show the best version of who you are in a safe place. And that's just that. Like, I don't know the way to put it, but it's just a safe place. If I'm there and I see it, I'm handling it. If any one of us is there and we see it, it's handled right there on the spot. To let people know that's just we're gonna be adults. You know, high
Yeah.
school was high school.
It reminds us.
It's
Yes,
adult.
yes. It, it's still, right. It's still time, and
So when you come into
it's
the lion's den, you're just protected.
right, right. I, so tell us if someone wants to catch one of these events, how might they go about doing that, and how do they support what you're doing? How do they, even if they didn't want to necessarily participate in a specific event, in the bigger picture, how do they get down with what you're doing?
Um, per Irene, because I was doing too much manual labor. So right now, all of our events are through Eventbrite. So right now we will be hosting an open mic every Saturday of the month. It is $10 for spectators. It is poets can perform one poem for $5 or up to 5 poems for 15. So that will happen every fourth Saturday of the month leading up to 50 Shades of Seduction. So we are, even though we are known for erotica, this platform is for all. So we don't want bottle to get and just have it about erotica. We want to hear, if you feel comfortable enough to get up here and perform on a Zoom, we want you to do it. If you are new poets that haven't really performed your pieces yet, this is the place to do it at. Leading to Shape Seduction, which is October 18th in Chicago, Illinois. Like I stated, it is a black tie affair. The men's one requirement is to be dressed in all black from their neck to their ankles. And come in, look good, smell good, chest down. That's your requirement as a man when you come to this event. Um, the females, we will have a female host, female bartender, female DJ, and female performers. So that night, the men will be surrounded by females handling everything that they normally handle. So the most important thing is being dressed in all black and being a black tie affair. The performers and the people that are making sure that the show is where the show is supposed to be will be in a color. So actually outside of the color that I wear and outside of Irene's color, they get to pick a color to wear for that night. And that is strictly their color. Nobody else can wear their color. And we just have a great time. It's a lot of erotica. Like I stated, Miss Kitty will be performing. So you will get a BDSM show. And I heard that she's bringing a huge piece of equipment tonight. I will not divulge what that is.
There's equipment
But
involved.
I heard it's a huge piece of equipment that she will be using
Now look,
to
if
perform
you're
with.
talking about Deveno,
Wait.
His equipment better stay in his pants.
I'm just teasing. I'm just getting some clarification here.
Since you mentioned it, no.
I hope you know Mama in the room.
You know my mama. Right?
Yes.
Mom is
Yes.
sorry.
Yes. That's why we keeping it light.
Oh, you haven't met my mama. So,
hey, look, man, I'm gonna treat your mama with respect,
baby.
just like I'm gonna treat Miss Tony
Hey,
here with
twin.
respect.
And his twin sister is here as well. So everybody say hi to Kimberly Townsend.
Hello, Kimberly Townsend. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, twin.
Appreciate you.
So I can divulge at least 2 artists that will be performing at 50 Shades of Seduction because we've already talked about it in an open forum. Lady Shine will be performing, and as well as Devlin.
Really?
Yes,
2 of my favorite people.
yes.
Absolutely.
I got to figure out how to get to Chicago. I'll just be the dude sitting over in the corner with a red face.
Nope.
They wouldn't let you. They
We
wouldn't
wouldn't
let
let
you.
you.
I know. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. That shit wouldn't fly.
It,
Well, tell me this. Poet Paradox?
Mhm.
Is that part of the discussion?
Poet Paradox. She's an artist that was introduced to us by Lady Shine. Such a magnificent artist that writes in her own lane. She has such an acute, like, such an acute way of combining music with poetry. And a lot of people I hear, they have a band behind them or they have some type of percussions or it's like she finds these instrumentals and these acapellas and they always match up. It's never off. It's never like, oh man, that didn't sound good with it. It's like she has a rare talent of always putting these things together perfectly. And she is such a inspiration in the artist community, but a lot of these women, they are a bar as much as I do and continue to better myself in my writing. There's another one of my sisters and she is the third of Primal Poetry, Miss Irene, the Passion Queen herself.
I see her. The lady herself. Thank you.
Indeed.
That is
Sorry,
my
man. Thank you for
backbone.
stopping.
When things start falling apart, she comes in and clears it all up. So Primal Poetry wouldn't be Primal Poetry without Irene.
Indeed.
thank you for stopping through, Miss Irene. We appreciate you. The reason I said the name Poet Paradox was in our conversation, Davino. You mentioned that what I wrote down here was matching poetry with music, and how it was this was this other cool thing that was going on. And I like that
Yes.
example because you you folks just keep pushing the envelope. You keep finding these other areas where you can reach out and do things. Um,
Indeed.
and you find other people, other interests, other things that are going on that you become a part of, and y'all really y'all, y'all are really remarkable in the way that your presence elevates those around you. It's almost like this spiritual presence that you bring with you. Like when you show up someplace, um, it's almost as if you're able to identify the person who's struggling, and then you kind of wrap their arm. I see them reading poetry somewhere. It's amazing. It is absolutely remarkable. Or I'll overhear a conversation where Deveno is describing to someone how beautiful they are and how magnificent they are and how they should take the time to understand that and reflect on that and allow that to be. Allow yourself to be beautiful. Allow yourself to think of yourself in terms. And it's just such a when a man like that says it, it has meaning for people. That's the beautiful thing about it, right? It's connecting that person that can have the message, but can also carry the message like in their being. Y'all enter the room, and your message is received sometimes without you saying a word. But go ahead, please. Go ahead. Shout out your people. I see them.
Hey, kitty cat. I'm continually told, and Angel tells me this all the time, which I'm, I don't know if I can say I'm unaware of it, but I don't pay any attention for the most part to it, and sometimes I'm naive to it. But at times when I walk in a room, they say I extrude a dominance of, of energy. I walk in with a presence of, well, big dog presence, more or less. And it's not that I walk in with the intent of wanting that. It just happens.
It just is.
Sometimes they say I'm such a big energy, it consumes the room at times, and I'm so naive and unaware of it sometimes because my intent is to walk in and just have fun with everybody else. And a lot of it is drawn through the voice, drawn through the poetry, drawn through different. But it has its blessings and its curse. Like the blessing is the people who surround me show so much love and appreciation for me and who I am and how I am. Because it's authentic. The curse of it is that um, it intimidates a lot of these males. Um, it it draws people into not understanding who I am because, like Irene always says, they they fall in love with who they think I am without actually knowing who I am.
Whoo! Say that again.
With the persona of Deveno Caprice, men not know who I am.
They
So
fall in love with their concept of who you are,
which
and
is
then
which is
have an expectation.
yes, yes, and we all know how when you throw expectations out, if they're not met, you're disappointed. But understand if you throw that expectation out, you're disappointing yourself because I'm going to remain 1000% authentically me. I'm not going to change myself for your comfortability. Know who I am and how I am and when I am and what I am. Don't assume about me because I have no issue with telling you who I am.
Absolutely. And who you are is really absolutely incredible.
I'm
Um,
appreciative.
t- Tell me this, Mrs. Angel Tony. Are there any events or any things you have going on that we haven't spoken about? Um,
Nope. We have the open mic every fourth Saturday of the month. The first one will be April 27th, leading up to 50 Shades of Seduction, October 18th in Chicago, Illinois.
Yes.
so I've got 50 Shades of Seduction. As the event is actually happening on the 18th. You can get
Yes,
tickets
Yes.
October
through
18th.
Eventbrite. Through
Yes.
Eventbrite is where you can get those tickets.
Mhm.
Um,
They're not
and then
posted just yet, but they will be posted soon for October. But April's event is definitely getting up now.
Gotcha. Okay, so the go to Eventbrite. You can get the April event tickets right now, and the
Yes.
October 18th event tickets will be coming soon. Um,
Absolutely.
for that open mic, it's the fourth Saturday of each month, and it's $10 um, to speak to do a poem. I'm sorry, to be a
To attend.
spectator. To
Yes.
attend
Yes.
is the word I'm trying to come up with. Thank
Yes.
you. And one poem is $5, up to five poems for 15 for the
Yes.
presenters. Um,
Yes.
and you go to the big event in October. You're going to have the performances of Miss Kitty. Now we're going to have the performances of Lady Shine. And see, I'm not surprised by Lady Shine, but Miss Devlin showing up, bringing it. Now, I'm not
So Miss
surprised, Miss Devlin.
Miss
I don't mean it that way. She just
Devlin
shy.
had her coming out and reading poetry live last year at Shades of Seduction.
You
And when I
mentioned that.
say the way, because we kept the secret, we kept it a secret from Irene, we kept it a secret from everyone. Um, and when they were reading her introduction, the way Devlin got up and walked across the room was like no other. When her feet were planted and she strutted across that room and made it to the center of the room and took that mic, it was over. It was curtains.
Yeah.
I couldn't have been more proud in that moment. I'm sitting there waving, trying not to cry because this is not the Devlin that in that moment. This was a whole new Devlin. And I told her that night after she performed that there is no more hiding in the shadows. No
Facts.
more. You have
See, but here,
pushed all barriers. You have climbed the mountain. You are at the top.
yes.
There is no more.
But here's the crazy thing, because every show up until then, I myself and Irene has always headlined and finished and been the center of attention. But it was absolutely refreshing to have her walk in and steal the show, to be able to see that from the outside, and was
I bet.
praised for it not only by us, by Primal, but everybody else who were there and everybody that was on Zoom. And
Right.
this is things we've been telling her in 30 years. Why haven't you been doing this? But she let us push and mold and get her out there, and she showed up and showed out.
She she's amazing. I was honored to be able to. She was on the show a couple times, but I was honored to be able to have a conversation with her. The first time I didn't get to do an interview. I just she just took a chance and came on the show. But the second time I actually got to have a full conversation with her, and what depth to that woman. What sincerity and depth and grace and oh my goodness. Like I'm a huge fan,
Yeah.
and the fact that y'all are encouraging her to be who she is, because not only is she's not just a beautiful poet, she's a beautiful human being. I mean, in every
Indeed.
sense of the word, and it's I'm extremely proud of her. The fact that you two have a part in her journey and her being who she is today just makes it even that much sweeter.
I think we were just the people who pushed her out of her comfort zone. Everything was already within Devlin. She just needed somebody to stand behind her and beside her, in front of her, and guide her and push and pull and
And tell
lead
her it'll be okay.
when she felt like she just couldn't do it. But she had it in her.
Well, if it's okay, I'm gonna switch gears here, and Mr. Deveno is gonna begin to share some of his art with us if he doesn't mind, but only if Miss Angel Tony says it's all right.
It is completely all right.
We cool. We all right.
Before you drop me, also my baby
I would never
Irene
do
the
that.
Passion Queen. She is not only is she the CFO of Primal Poetry, not only is she
Yes.
our backbone, not only is she the one who kind of puts us back on the train, we all throwing stuff out. But she is also an author of not one, but
Yes.
two, but three books. And she is a phenomenal poet at her best. Put your eyes down, lady. So we cannot say Primal Poetry without including Irene the Passion Queen.
Absolutely. And definitely go check out her books, which is Vacation, The Purple Dungeon.
Yes.
And she has a sexual awakening journal that she just released as well.
Yes.
I sent her an invitation. I'm gonna give her an opportunity to tell y'all to go jump in the creek if she'd like to, but
Listen,
I wanted to give her the opportunity to do that.
listen, because I'm over here like this ain't about me right now. This is not about me.
Yes, ma'am.
When we say Primal Poetry, it is.
But we are mentioning Primal, and you are Primal.
Okay, we're not gonna do this in front of company, okay? We're not gonna do this in front of company tonight.
Would you please tell us, Miss Irene, about the stuff you have going on? So we can make sure to support it?
So, as I said, I am an erotic poet and author, sexual health educator for over 14 years. My first book that I ever published back in, oh Lord, that was in 2022 now. That's crazy. It's called Vacation. It's an erotic novel about a couple that goes to Jamaica to celebrate their wedding anniversary. Then we have The Purple Dungeon, which is a collection of erotic short stories and poems that I have written. And my most recent project is the Sexual Awakening Journal, which is a question prompt journal to help people walk through the process of opening themselves up to different experiences in sexuality. Hopefully to open up the lines of communication between them and their partners so that they can have more pleasurable sex, because sometimes that's the biggest hindrance is not only the fact that a lot of people don't have the confidence to have that communication. They don't know where to start. They really don't know what they want, because of societal pressures, religion, culture, all those kind of things. They tend to kind of shy away from experimentation, and this book kind of helps people process through that so that they can find that is just trying to get you to open up and try those things that you have been desiring, to be a part of your life and figure out whether or not you really like them. So
That's succinct and to the point.
Yeah.
I love it. Love it.
See,
Thank
again.
you for doing that, though.
Yeah, nigga,
Yes, sir.
Mother's Day gift. Hey, wifey, here's a sexual awakening journey.
listen,
Yeah, I mean, that's great.
Yeah,
She knows what she's talking about.
one of my friends just purchased it, and her guy are, oh, thank you. Her and her guy are actually going to work through all the prompts together, and then so that they can, really talk through things that they want to try, things that they like, boundaries that they may want to put in place, and stuff like that. So
Yes.
Beautiful. Thank you for doing that, Miss Irene. And let me say this: the same way I told Miss Angel Tony, this man had a lot of really good things to say about you. He thinks very highly of you. I'm not trying to speak out of turn at all.
Not at all.
He gave a lot of credit to your journey, Miss Irene, and I just wanted to acknowledge that.
I appreciate it. And I mean, listen, because they found me I was like, y'all want me to do what now? The very first show. I said, y'all want me to do what? Okay. I mean, I guess we can do this. And we've been rocking and rolling ever since then. So
Well, the world is a better place, I believe, because you are rocking and rolling together. Tell me this, ladies. If we were gonna switch gears and show some Deveno art and hear some Deveno art, where would we start? What do y'all think? Where do we need to? The poet, the sketch artist, the what? Miss Tony, my understanding is you have all this mapped out. So,
probably
He is very much multi-talented, but I believe that his passion right now is with his poetry, ensuring that he gets his book out, and then eventually we're going to move him into voice acting. Um, so right now, I believe that's where it is.
okay, Miss Irene,
hmm
do you have
Um,
an opinion on that? Where Devino is at in his journey? I mean, he
um,
talks about where y'all are in your journey. I just thought I'd give y'all the opportunity to give your perspective of his journey.
definitely the poetry. Because listen, he gets frustrated with me because he'll give me a task. He'll be like, "I want you to write about this," and I'll be like, "I'm not going to do that because that ain't how my brain works." So we have a nice little brother sister tussle when it comes to writing a lot of times. But
Yes.
he definitely has a knack, and his is very much across multiple genres. So it's definitely the poetry.
Beautiful. Okay. Well, Mr. Devino, is it okay with you if we did some poetry?
Absolutely.
Um,
Absolutely.
Here's what I'd like to do. It's up to you, ladies. You ladies do whatever you want. If you'd like to stay in box, do that. If you'd rather drop down, and I want to do whatever y'all would like to do. But if you would please, would y'all mind introducing him as the poet that's about to come up and show some
But
poetry?
before we do that,
Yes, sir.
because I dug and dug and dug for my sketchbooks, but they're somewhere in my basement. And the fact that I actually did sketch some art with my son recently because they're into Jurassic World a lot.
Yes.
So him and I actually were sketching the Indominus Rex, and I found it in one of my newer books. So I definitely will show that. Um,
Your man.
with the freehand
But
drawing. Um, so it's the
yes,
Indominus Rex, and I'll pull it back so you can see it in full.
you did that with your son.
Yes, well,
I
he
love
has
it,
his.
man.
We have
Oh,
the same sketchbook, and he drew one, and I drew one. And it's
I
just a lot
love
of
it.
freehand drawing and sketching in pencil. Because the picture was literally on my phone, and we were looking as we were
That's
looking and just drawing out. Um, so I'm working to get back into it. Like I said, he has such a passion for sketching and learning about art, and I want to get back into it because I loved it so much in my life. But I'm loving the fact that he's getting into it as well. So
you were saying he's into anime too. He liked drawing anime, if I remember
he
correctly.
is totally into anime right now. So, and I can take the full blame for that because I introduced him. It's
Well,
the Dragon Ball Z and everything. So, uh,
that that could be a beautiful journey too, though, man. Like
yes,
you start sketching more and drawing more because your son's into it. Then
yes,
that makes you better. Now your son's making you better. That's beautiful right there in
that
my
part.
book. You know what I mean?
And Crystal, and I gotta give a shout out to shout out to Don's because he just introduced me, which I spoke to you to Cartoon University
Yeah.
that they have, and they offer the classes to learn how to draw in anime and freehand sketching in so many different aspects, and I'm going to introduce my son to that, but get back into it with him as well, so he can enjoy that. So
Right on. Right on. Man, I love it. Everything about you, man, just gets better and better. Every corner we go around, it gets better and better, man. I mean, just the depth here is incredible. Ladies, what I figure out how to do is block my face. Figure out how I might just step out of the screen and let people look at the art.
hey, Kristen.
Because I would like the focus to be on Deveno's art here, but I can't imagine a better couple ladies to introduce Deveno the poet than you two. So you'll still be able to hear me, but I'm gonna give the floor to y'all. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Angie and Miss Irene are gonna introduce you to Deveno Caprice.
You want to go first, Irene?
Okay. Sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I know it's a little more serious. I'll pull it together. Okay. So, introducing y'all. Hey, Coach Cass. Sorry. Introducing y'all to my brother. You know what I'm saying? The silky voice that's finna grace your eardrums with some very delicate wordplay. So make sure you get your towels. Get your towels. And get yourself ready. Sit down somewhere. Don't be trying to stand up and walk while you listen to this. I'm just gonna go and let you know that right now. Sit down and put your earphones on. Put on some headphones. Let them go across your eardrum real quick.
So, y'all, Mr. Deveno Caprice, Chi-Town's own Big Chocolate. Get ready for an orgasm that you will never forget.
I appreciate that, and I love you all, truly. Um, I haven't read this one in a while, and I read a little bit of it today. Um, the one that started the sensuality in my writing. It's called Your Mental Touch, the Essence of You. Imagine me staring, soft and sensually glaring into the eyes of one of the most chaste glimpses of perfection, with no doubt and no question that this personification brought about the most stimulating yet lascivious mental erections, placing our bodies closer and closer as we unwrap the canvas we cover our essence in, to cover the shapes of our true selves, intertwining our bodies of art into a masterpiece of one shell, laying you down on a bed of clouds that were weaved by the heavens, because for you, only the best is allowed. See, you surrender to me, understanding that I'm not looking for control, but allowing me to express my passion, wrapping my arms around her, rubbing my hands along the shape of you, allowing me to mold, moving forward. As I play the keys of your inner thighs, moving closer and closer, never breaking contact with the river of bliss in your eyes, you arch your back. As I taste the sweet melodies with the tongue of compositions that play an orchestrated theme, starting with the treble clef to the last borderline, and tasting every note in between. Now going with our faces side by side, I slide the tip of my nose down the river of your neck as I stop to kiss the petals of this beautiful flower. As the bumblebee, I slide my stinker inside this beautiful rose rings with the morning moistness of dew. As I pollinate and penetrate the gateway to creation, I'm facing ecstasy intensified. euphorically mesmerized, visually hallucinating with the thoughts of love right in front of my eyes. I need her. I need it. I need more, for heaven's sake. As a small, cool breeze blew over my cheek, that made me wake. But wait, I've mentally visualized the thoughts that my heart and body couldn't wait nor anticipate as I find myself in front of you, in front of your door, about to ring your bell, because we haven't even started this damn date. See, your mental touch had me in a trance, trapped in the matrix of you, needing an unrestricted, inhibited rendezvous. But for now, it's an imagined fortune, a priceless paradise where I'm indebted to the rapture I still chase and go after, and I continue to fight to pursue in this addiction of you. But all this happened in my head because the essence of you. Peace.
Yo. I love it.
I appreciate that.
Beautiful, man.
Yes.
Ladies, y'all all right out there? Yeah, damn. I'm with you, Heather.
Her.
Yo. I appreciate Irene making people aware that, I mean, the most requested is always the sensual and the erotic, but making aware that I am multifaceted in the things I write across the platform and things like that. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm the one that's pigeonholed. I don't deviate from my lane. So
you don't. You don't.
That was a pretty good introduction right there. I enjoyed your introduction.
you're welcome, because I had to keep it under control because we typically are very goofy. So I was trying to be on the straight and narrow. It was really hard.
It is. So, because a lot of pieces, a lot of people, I mean, they expect me to do certain pieces, but I have to keep it a certain decorum. I would be, I would give you I mean, because of the perimeters and boundaries of what we're dealing in on here that we can provide on Zoom, but not on here.
Right, right. I'm with you.
But I will I will give a taste of what I normally do in a toned down way a little bit. But it's a piece I recently wrote called "I Need to Taste You." So yeah.
All right, I'm gonna exit to the
Okay,
left here. You do your thing. I'm still here.
got you. As you watch me stare at you with such a devilish look, I sink down your body, compliments to the chef, because I'm ready to cook. See, I lay my head upon your fupa, my nose reads against your hood like braille, my tongue speaks in silent the phonic tones of Adele. Hello. As my lips extend to kiss the lips of this sacred place, as the juices of this chalice moistens more and more while the blood rushes up to your face, you're blushing. The horizontal tongue strokes, the vertical tongue pokes as you gripping the sheets with uncontrollable reactions. My whole mouth attaching with the intent of sucking your soul into your lungs to me. The tongue flicking as you discombobulated, as your brain signals your body to let you know, damn, he has his tongue inside me. See, I don't want to, but I need to taste you. The rivers of your holy water allow my tongue to cross your borders and border the lines between your sexuality and your fulfilled pleasures. And that feeling to have no need to breathe. When I'm on bended knees, my motivation is solely your pleasure. You have one mission, to condition my beard that gracefully brushes across your lips as I tongue kiss and kiss the blissfulness in its native tongue. Your essence drips from my lips as I take a small sip of your soul. Your body shivers with no control. With control. Come for me as my jaws tighten. You're steady fighting to stop me because you're past your limits as I move your hands and let my tongue flick and lick to push through my greed for you, my fiend for you. See, you understand my desire and my need to taste you. Peace.
Ew.
Way to make it hot in here.
You want?
Man,
Are you doing another piece?
I absolutely can.
I'm asking because I got a request on the back end from the other woman in your life that asked you to do something, well, the woman's perspective about abuse. Do you know where it is? Because you have been tearing up the book.
Which one?
That's all I got. That's all the information I have for you.
Give me two seconds. Yeah.
It was aggressive. I ain't gonna hold you. I was like, oh, Jesus, that was
Which one was aggressive?
the one you wrote and you were talking about taking out the people kneecaps and stuff. That was aggressive. I was
You
like,
don't deserve.
mm-hmm.
You mean you don't deserve?
I
Yeah.
Sammy B, I hope you're enjoying this. I thought about you all day, Sammy B.
Let me tell you something. Sammy said, I sent my husband to bed. Go on. I was over here like, that is wild.
Wait a minute. Sammy told me. She told me earlier. When I stopped on her live, she said, "Oh, she was like, I hope he come home late."
Where SA Artistry's at? I saw her earlier. She probably getting the memes by now. She done passed out.
That's hilarious.
You got to keep searching for it. Just go with the other one.
Yeah, no worries. We're find the one you're looking for. We're lucky to have you here. So there's no. I'm pretty sure the folks in the chat are gonna need time to cool off just a little bit before we get to the next one. Anyway,
Baby, don't you gotta go to bed soon?
That's why. Sammy, you are terrible. You're terrible, girl.
Wow.
That's right. So y'all go and refresh your drinks, clean up your wet spots, all the good stuff.
Take care of your business.
Definitely turned the heat up.
Get a dry towel.
Move positions, whatever you gotta do.
Oh, or she said if you come across it, it was never you.
Oh,
Mama
Never
is
you.
Wait, it's my mama.
It's a family thing.
Mama.
She her dress up tonight, huh?
Mama said she
Sammy
want to hear what she
B.
want to hear.
He went to bed, huh, Sammy?
Yeah.
She said, "No,
Well, she can hear it. It wasn't. It was. Well.
You
Okay.
have that one? It was never you?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Am I allowed to
Yeah.
turn my camera off so I don't make the faces that I make when you read
You the
them?
boss. You do whatever you want.
nah, y'all want her to turn that camera off because y'all turn that camera off because
I'm
I
gonna
know.
be standing off to the side anyway, so
You
whatever.
just told me no.
Turn that camera off because I know you. Let that girl turn that camera off. Don't be trying to expose her like that.
Cause she the boss. That's what he told me. She the boss. I'm going whatever she said.
Brute, what is? Oh, never mind. I was never mind. I'm my business.
Sammy B, how could you hide your face? Sammy B said. Good
Bad.
night. Thank you for
Good night.
coming through. The cool thing is he has so many poems that he's written. He has the like
And I
it
have been fussing
takes
for him to get it organized, and he's finally working on it, which I think now has made it a little bit difficult. But if Mr. Caprice will move them to digital form and Bible tablet he finally purchased, we wouldn't be sitting here waiting. But who am I?
Ooh boy, I tell you the truth. Mm.
Well, here's the thing about the poetry. Tell me this. Um, from your perspective, is 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 his writing like a thing that he does as a way to release his own energy, you might say, or is it a way to, or maybe it's both. There's a way that he communicates with the world around him.
I think it
Y'all know him the best.
I think it's a little of both. Because we could be deep in a conversation about anything, and then you will see the flash go off in his head, and he's driving, and y'all hush y'all mouth, because okay, he's a safe driver, but that other hand is over there writing down a note, so it'll get the thought. So
Mm-hmm.
his brain is constantly pushing something out. And he has a tendency to work on like 2 to 3 pieces at one time.
And how are y'all able to categorize all these poems? How do you? You said
That's
you were
what I'm
starting to
working
help him.
on.
Well, you said you were starting to help him get that organized. I mean, is it like an
Um,
alphabetical order thing, or is it
I,
like a
I, I, don't,
category? How do you do that?
I don't know how he's organizing it. I know that he went and bought the materials to organize it. So I currently with them on digital. So it'd kind of be easier to put the book together. But, I'm still working
So,
on it.
sometimes us dudes have the shoebox strategy.
Yeah, that's what he got. He definitely got the shoebox strategy.
That is exactly what's
so,
going on.
so, for example, here's all the notes from the shows that I've done. So, and if somebody makes a reference, my genius system is I flip back through these papers till I find that show, and then I think about what we're talking about.
That's
So I need to get you an accordion.
okay. 'Cause I was about to say, baby, that
I
right there
might
would
need.
drive me up a wall.
I need to get you an accordion file.
Hey, I'm just trying to look out for my dude here. You ain't the only one, man. And I'm the
Appreciate
guy
that.
that takes notes.
Yeah, see, all my stuff
See,
is digital.
so,
I have all my stuff in my notes on my phone.
see, old school is more comfortable sometimes.
Yep.
Um,
Yep.
so the one you're requesting is "You Don't Deserve."
Mommy
Okay, mama.
requested.
My mother requested.
Hey, mama.
You don't deserve.
Thank
a life of glorification and appreciation that is never on the forefront. Only glimpses of greatness are shown. Through our struggles and strife, the first to be seen always is the other side of life. You don't deserve most of this heat. You don't deserve heat. Man put his hands on you and should look within themselves and who brought about their defeat. You never hurt a queen. You deserve the removal of your spleen castrated and have your elbows and kneecaps removed red beam. You don't deserve to be called out of your name. 'Cause young boys can't play their created game, feeling inferior because their spines are yellow, unable to match your level. But what makes you about shortcomings? You don't deserve the, to be with anything less than your one, your person, your peace, someone to console you and give you that release, not merely a puppy, but a beast. How dare you mistreat the creators of civilization, the stronghold of life's endeavors, the glue that holds a household together, the one optimistic, melanated, almighty Nubian, the greatest thing since the second coming, a walking affirmation of life. Think about it. Doesn't that spell woman? Wondrous, optimistic, melanated, almighty Nubian. You don't deserve these little boys trying to be slick, lying about their shit and faking like they rich. Find out they can't buy a real woman, then resort to sending unsolicited dick pics. Fellas, is that all y'all got? Too busy trying to penetrate and demonstrate a display to elevate when you can't even concentrate on the task at hand. You think your private parts make you a man? She doesn't deserve that phallicated demeanor of a boy trying to be a man, treating her like she's good for nothing but OnlyFans and spreading legs and producing kids or giving head. What in the flying fuck is wrong with you, man? Do you not understand? They are the ones who make sure you're not late, make sure you ate, relieve your shoulders from some of that weight, and in every aspect you see make us nothing less than great. You don't deserve decoys, fuckboys, nor our times to be wasted. You don't deserve to be ignored or treated like less than, controlled like we should be recognized and there wouldn't be any generation of man. Respect where you stand beside us. You are but not our shadow. No problem you can't handle. The lead of love in our family defines as the mantle. The pop from a mother's sandal, the light from a holy candle, the heart of an angel, but the discipline of a vandal. You don't deserve to be treated any less than blessed. And through trials and tests, through mothering and no rest, you are the greatest and blessed. Mwah, Picasso. Be unapologetically you, unflinchingly honest about what you want and about every word. Own our greatness, because anything less you truly don't deserve.
And don't.
Dude, that's good shit, man. Yeah,
I appreciate that.
I feel you on that.
Yeah, it's because it's a lot of a lot of a lot of men running around that hold up to what their end of the bargain. But a lot of men are outshadowed by the pretenders. A lot of these women end up with these pretenders, and and by the time they get that real man, they don't know what he looks like because they're so used to seeing the pretenders. And that's unfortunate.
Facts.
So
Deveno. The thing is, man, we had this conversation, and as men, as as human beings, we're trying to find a way to navigate in a world that doesn't understand us, sometimes doesn't care
Yes.
to understand us. And women live in a world where they're not respected, they're not understood, they're not,
Yeah.
and I'm so grateful to you, man, for stepping forward and being a voice. Because look, it's one thing. Let's just be real. It's one thing for some little nerdy guy to go out there and do whatever, right? And I
Yeah.
get it, and that's cool. And I ain't trying to demean anybody, but when a grown ass man with a voice like yours and the experiences that you've had and the knowledge that you have step forward and articulate vision, um, I would argue that it has a whole hell of a lot more meaning behind it. My personal experience has been that as a man stepping forward talking about things that you're not supposed to talk about, um,
Yes.
you get blowback from both sides, from men and women. Um,
Yeah.
so
No.
I, I think it's so important to our society as a whole and to us as human beings to have people like you who are willing to step out there and lead folks in that exploration.
And see, the one thing you did say, which was correct, because I I do pieces like that and I speak on that type of stuff, but you get a lot of side of females, and I'm not talking about the women, I'm talking about the females that will tell you, oh, how are you speaking on women's subject? How can you speak as a man? Oh, you wouldn't talk to a man like that. Absolutely would. But because I'm a man, I'm not allowed to speak or have an opinion on these females' actions or discretions or things of that nature. My apologies for wanting to see you develop to be a woman one day and get out of your adolescence when you're already naturally supposed to be more mature than us anyway, but you're not dictating that at all. So my apologies for wanting to see your betterment. Well, sorry, you know what I mean?
I feel you. I feel you. I absolutely feel you on that. Uh, you know, uh, it's an honor, man. It's an honor to be accepted as a small, tiny part of your journey. I admire what
There's
you do,
nothing.
man.
There's
I
nothing
admire
small
what you
about
do.
it. There's nothing small about your part in my journey, my friend.
I will tell you this much. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate it. And I'll tell you this much. I intend to guard that flame. I intend to feed it the best fuel that I have. And, I'm grateful for being a part of the journey. I really, I, I want you to hold me accountable. I want you to hold me to a higher standard. I want you to hold these women to a higher standard because they're going to hold us to a higher standard. That's the only way we get better, in my opinion. I'm not trying to speak as if I'm the expert on the matter. I'm just giving my opinion, which is the only way we better ourselves is being willing to step forward and talk about what actually needs to be talked about. And that comes with a lot of bullshit. And I appreciate you be willing to shoulder that bullshit. I know, man. I know. So I know that y'all mentioned a couple or a few of them. Were you able to find any of the other ones that they mentioned to you? We don't want to disappoint Mom for sure, and I sure don't want to disappoint Miss Irene.
But I will. I mean, I I think that was the piece Mom wanted to hear, wasn't it? Yeah, the piece
Okay,
he just did. I think
outside
it,
of
okay. I just want to make sure we. I know you. I see it. What you got, man? Talk to us.
you're muted.
somebody probably.
She said it was never you. But I was a this piece I wrote called "Why Y'all Quick to Talk," and it was a It was actually a cheerlead for real women and real men, and a shot at adolescent females. But from the perspective that I see, how they act in some situations, and it's almost asinine to the point where it's upsetting. So I get on these rants one day where my brain says, "Hey, put a spigot on it because it's pouring out," and it just goes. Um, it's delightfully disrespectful and unapologetic.
I can't wait.
So,
I'm here for it.
so it's called Why y'all quick to talk. Um, I give no warnings and apologies for it because um I want people to understand I write my art for me and it's my opinion, my perspective. I literally just embrace the fact that you enjoy what I write. Yeah.
Here's their trigger warning.
That's
D-
about as
Devi-
good as it gets.
Deveno Caprice, ladies and gentlemen. That's all the trigger warning you're gonna fucking get here.
Day part.
Deveno Caprice, ladies.
Why y'all quick to talk about boys and men and fuck boys? Why you asking for over your status and settling for Bluetooth and battery operated lust toys? How can you say you looking for a good man, but when a good one shows up, you're entertaining everything else and will look him right in the face and say, "Hey, friend, you don't want a man." Or to expand, you want a puppet or a boy, someone to play around with like a toy and get what you can and ride around trying to look cute in his car, but when he figures out your bullshit and then ghosts you, while you thinking you was top notch, you are and quick to say dudes ain't shit. And they ain't no good man, but refuse to look in that broken mirror, hyping yourself up. Little bullshit thought engine that can't, but you think you can. If real women are beautiful flowers, you are the weeds that bleed into a beautiful garden that needs to be dug out and sprayed down with bitch be gone. You know you dead ass wrong for walking in a situation snooping and spying with no proper litigation, acting like that man owes you over a conversation, but when asked what you bring to the relationship table, it's only penetration. How you looking funny when dudes don't open your door? How is he supposed to respect you when he comes over and your bed is on the floor? How is he supposed to look at you with love when he only want to fuck while you're steady screaming for more? And how am I supposed to sympathize for you when you ignore all the red flags and this is what you settle for? See, does that make you a fuck girl? It's funny how your internet thrashing, constantly male bashing when running back to your co-signing toxic friends, crying online with the full victim acting. This could all be fixed, but you always make it bad. But you're set with fake hair, fake eyes, fake ass, fake chest, fake teeth, and fake nails. But you want a real one. How the fuck you figure you can sustain the lack of a brain, the thoughts process that only wanting attention, likes, follows, and fame, trying to get a name for the wrong reason? See y'all stepping out in the hot girl summer, but you living in whole season. Better run and pick up your feelings, cause facts is where we reside. How most of your male friends can't describe your face but can recognize you from the backside. See, you're right. As a temporary fix. While real women standing on business and stacking figures, y'all headboards out here tallying dicks. But y'all steady trying to talk like it's not on both sides, open both eyes, and maybe you'll see clearly that bullshit gets no compromise in a house of facts. This might sound like an attack. I just said the quiet part out loud. Imagine how wild it is from the outside looking in, but being in the inside, being able to comprehend how wannabe good women being able to have you, but it's yielding regret It's the guilt and regret that you've been carrying so long that got your back in debt. But then y'all look at great women like they're not supposed to win. Like y'all couldn't be a third of what real women are. So that thought's so hard to say goodbye, boys to men. Oh, that's right. That's right. I'm not supposed to have an opinion or a view on women because I'm a man. I guess I'm not supposed to acknowledge you unless you're twerking or doing OnlyFans. I shake my head and just, I can't wait for you if you don't. Because when I ask what's your goals and your needs, you only spit out your wants. What's the point? Y'all insult men, BBWs, who you think is broke, and who y'all think faking their wealth. But the one person y'all never talk about is the skeletons y'all have on y'all damn self. Does the heat from the truth make those fake eyelashes melt? Stings, don't it? There's two people in a relationship, so why can't you put your thoughts? You let men walk. What did you do? What did you do to make him change his mind? Was it the club, your girls, social media that you was giving all his time? Or was it all the fake people you surrounded yourself with, gassing you up and then left you behind? It should be a crime to be this dumb. Half a lifetime of dumb decisions while that band is marching through your life banging you up like a drum. Body no longer need body no longer need because it's true. And now you're in your late 30s and 40s talking about I want to focus on healthcare, mental health, and start to have some fun. Whose woman is this? You're covering up those Cleo braids and clown face up, full face of acne, but then think you're better than a cheesecake factory and all the restaurants you used to go to, but now you call it beneath you and unsatisfactory. Got a homeless mentality. How do you think you're entitled to hard-earned money when you got a Taco Bell salad? What have you done to make him spend on you? What outside of what he wants to does he need to spend on you? Why do you think a bunch of materialistic needs would make him spend on you? But it's all free for the streets when they want to skeet on you. Priorities are in disarray, but I always got soaking your own self-pity at the last and end of every day. Lonely, ain't it? It's unholy, ain't it? It's hard to see a beautiful picture when they're just painting your walls with all intent to stain it. Don't give God that thanks. Hygiene or not, it's your soul that stinks. And it's reality. You should take a drink. You don't like being an issue, then fix it. There's no man taking away your problems because you let him lick it. You can call him a munch because you think you get it. While you yelling, he gotta earn it. But in the first hour of meeting him, you went on and let him hit it. My crown, my mind is my crown and my body is my temple. That's what they say. Knowing deep down inside your mind is the projects and your body is an alleyway, but I always got some shit to say. So before you poke and prod at others and attempt that down walk, just try to consider it from the other side before you're so quick to talk. Peace.
Woo.
Yeah, it was a complete rant.
Oh, man.
Well, that'll do it.
We'll do it.
Man, the depth of your poetry, though, the depth of it, it's fantastic, man. It really is.
I appreciate you, brother. I definitely appreciate you.
You give a voice to things that folks aren't always willing to talk about, and that is what the world needs. I believe a righteous mission, for lack of a better way to put it, man. So let me say this: it's completely up to Miss Angel Tony and Miss Irene. However, this content will be available to you even if it's not available to anybody else. I can download it and you would never put it anywhere else. So, whatever poems you want to read, whatever you want to get out, I'll send you the copy of it. So I'm on no time limit, but I also want to cut it off when you're ready. So I want to find that balance to where um, you have your full voice. However, I don't ask you to perform, if that makes sense.
Indeed.
So you and your women be my guide here.
Not his women. Oh my god, that crazy. I'm sorry.
I didn't. Oh, I
I'm
didn't
just
mean
playing.
it.
I'm
In it.
playing.
I
I'm playing. I'm
didn't.
playing. I'm playing.
Damn.
Don't. I ain't got no sense. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me.
My bad.
You
My
This
bad.
this is a
I was
taste
like,
of it.
oh shit! I made it all the way through until the
Yeah, this is how we are in our meetings, and it's
end.
always going back and forth and joking. So yeah,
Yeah, no.
you're gonna catch some of that.
Yeah, I wanted to call him Batman so bad when I was doing the introduction.
Mm,
You should
you
have
silly.
become Batman.
I wanted to call him Batman
I'm
so bad.
Batman.
I was like, I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna introduce him right.
I'm Batman. All right. Are you doing another one, Mr. Caprice?
I think one of the boys came in.
Yeah. He wanted to, if he I mean, you got the intro.
Not that, not, not Optimus Baritone.
Optimus Baritone. I'm Batman.
Seriously, when he come into my live, that's how I speak to him. I be like, Batman.
I tried before the show. I tried to like do a where I could kid around and be like, "I'm gonna be the." Yeah, I can't even get there. It ain't even.
I'm not trying to
Don't even
hurt
come
myself like
across.
that. I feel like it hurt if I would.
Right? I think you got extra vocal cords or something.
I'm going
Like,
on.
they go way down there.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I like his filing system. I can relate.
Oh,
Listen,
there's
let me tell
books
you
on
something.
books. Yeah,
When we getting ready for shows and he trying to decide what he gonna read, the flip through the books be sending me. I just be like, Jesus.
Does it be like this?
Yes. That's how we hear the whole time.
Like this?
Yep.
Hey, I feel you, my friend.
Unless
I
I
feel
can
you,
get
man.
him to sit down and have them bookmark and in order, that's what you hear.
It's the sorry. I just be like, Lord, I guess we gonna be here for a little minute. Just gonna let him find what he looking for.
you know what? The fun is in the search.
Okay.
No,
Whatever
no.
helps you focus.
I'm. You know what? Because it is coming up, and I know that and that had posted on this. I want to do a piece on mental support and awareness, mental health.
Beautiful. Lovely. But first, you got to let Miss Irene introduce you.
Oh my God, This is just, yeah, she's trying to call me Batman.
See? Even when he says it.
You know what?
We
Go
got it
ahead.
on tape now.
Bring it to the stage. Batman.
I can't stand her. Okay, it's support mental awareness. For a while now, my mind has been creating alternate invasions, tampered and fictional curses, immersions that causing concerns that bring me to a space that makes people think I'm a danger to myself. They say health is wealth, but how am I supposed to compute that when I'm thrusted like a sharp spear mentally colliding 1+1 car deer mentally boxed inside and out as I fear. No place I belong in this world, and half the time I don't even want to be here. Working to open up the window of my wrist, that polar steel ice skates line by line down my arms, sliding side by side like an abacus. Tally this, me minus me equals easy way out. Y'all are dressed in black screaming out. Others will say I'm selfish. I should have spoke to someone, sought help, opened up to seeing things another way. Look to God and pray. Focus on getting better step by step every single day. Oh, if it was only that easy. If I could snap my fingers and be okay and be all cured, don't you think I would have done it already? Been over this, been happy, been just tired of it, sunk in a place where the walls are closing in fast, gasping for air, internally begging for help, but externally contemplating death. Is it okay that I think pain and pleases me? The need to hurt someone, including myself, appeases me. Tired of people not understanding and demeaning me. What is it that's left for me? You can't understand the burden that's left on me. Tell me how it is to be yourself, because I don't know how it is to be me. Hoping someone can free me, not from this life, but from these demon dreams. Please, please, please help me. Help the fact, help the fact that so I don't interact with these thoughts running into me, homicidal tendencies, unexplained entities, mentally speaking in my mind when I'm not even speaking to me. Give me a place where I can vent, forgive my thoughts, sins, repent, embrace the struggle that goes on in me mentally, physically, compose, calm, but even ignorantly. Watch what warning signs did to me. Is this the beginning or end? Are you frustration or friend? Great times in and out of my head over. Is this something I can't comprehend? I'm in need as I bleed out for help. The more I try to fix me, it doesn't help. I reach out to some people, I'm treated like a burden. My mentals and discernments are screaming, why are you here? You don't belong. There's no place for you. You make everything worse. Now, how can you convince me that I'm not a walking curse? My mind is closing and narrowing. My thoughts, I'm losing and fighting for my sanity. But truly, what's the cost? This anxiety refused to lay benign in me because the opinion of society is to dope me down with pills. Make me believe like you're here to help, while I sit in a world unrealistic to me, numb and unrecognizable even to myself, this unshakable sadness within this madness of these extremely emotional mood swings. Am I one of the 100,000 that'll suffer from psychosis stuck in up this pipe dream? I'm screaming for help, but I don't want you to touch me. I want you to understand everything I'm telling you without thinking it's funny or treating me like I'm slow or a dummy. Why can't I get you to understand my personality disorder got me closed off, quiet, shut in, rough, and then the next minute pissed, angry, wanting to tear shit up. Can't sleep half the time. Then other times I don't want to get up. Feeling free as a bird, then my feelings and emotions all now are suddenly pinned up. But today I'll stand up. and do something to better me. Although this depression loves to wrestle me, continuously putting a test on me, it wants me to stay down with a bullseye and a huge X on me. But understand this, reaching for greatness is the new X on me. Support system to always drop and make you blessed on me. Because my mental health is important. My mental health is real. And don't just pay attention to it when I'm on suicide watch or in school or a store or in a church to kill. Please don't ignore the signs or take advantage of these things we can help or the things we know are real. And take the time to do the things that you can help me in the long run. Ask me how I'm doing or ask me how I feel. Recognize mental health, recognize mental illness, and what you can do to help heal. Support mental health awareness. Peace.
Man, that was fire. Absolute fire, my friend. Unbelievable.
I appreciate that.
You are a walking, talking manifestation of excellence, man. Holy shit.
I
Like
appreciate that.
greatness personified. There it is, folks. If you're trying to figure out how to find greatness, you just heard it. You
Appreciate that.
in this moment. The thing about it is, that's so striking to me, Deveno, is this in this excellence, in this greatness. You found that by giving a voice to the human condition, essentially, by being, like the mortar for all the buildings in a community that are being built. You're the mortar. It's this, you don't get the credit. Everybody walks right by. You're there, but nobody sees it, right? Sometimes, if you do it well.
Yeah.
And man, can I tell you, you do it really well.
I appreciate it. I'm grateful for that.
I hope folks are able to appreciate what it is that you offer to this world, man. I really hope that they get to see at least a glimpse of it.
Yeah. See, my only intent to ever starting any spectrum of internet, social media platforms, podcasts, and things like that was to share more with people who wouldn't hear. That was my sole and only goal to do, and the fact that I'm allowed to continue to share my voice and share stories and share my perspective, it's humbling and grateful, because they are support mental health. It's so humbling that I'm allowed that.
Well, the thing about it is, is man, it is a cold ass world. You know this. You've been shot, you've been stabbed, you've been accused. You've been through it, man. And if we're ever gonna change that, if we're ever gonna, like, if your children are gonna have a brighter future, then in my opinion, this is how we do that. This is
Facts.
how it's done, folks. This is what we need to be doing. So thank you for being that guide. I call a lady Charlotte. I talk about her being willing to guide me in a journey, and you are a light. But as a man, it hits a little different for me, right? Because I feel like there ain't very many dudes, like, I'm gonna say us, but
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
on the small end of the spectrum here.
I pump that
I
out.
just but But I think that there are few and far between men like that, who,
Yeah,
Wafty, who's in here, that are willing to,
handsome. Yeah,
Hanson, absolutely, that are willing to step out there and talk about maybe we need to do things a different way. Um,
yeah, yeah,
still allow people their dignity and their respect, and meeting them where they are, um,
yeah.
is a beautiful thing,
And
man.
you have kings like Mo and King of Spades and Big X. Um, um, Walter was in here earlier. Um,
Yeah.
To, I mean, it's Yellow Bull. You have so many of we're quite spread it out, but you have so many, um, you know, God, you have so many men that are we're 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 working to achieve the same goal. We're on different spectrums, trying to cover every
Yeah.
aspect of it, and that's a fun thing. But the only downside to it is that we do have to deal with the imposters on the way up to achieve that goal
Man.
because they don't want us to get there. You know, they're still on the crab in the barrel effect. So yeah,
Whew.
yeah,
Hey. Hey.
yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. Yes, yes, for sure. Uh,
No, I do want to I do want to say I yourself Chad um I'm still jealous of his beard, but yourself Chad, I definitely want to appreciate um the platform you provided, that you continue to provide for so many people, brother. Because I hear a lot in when we talk, when we have passing conversations, and you say things of, "I hope I'm doing that. I'm think I'm doing that. I tried to do that, bro. You live under the Nike logo just like we do it. We just do it, and you have been doing it, and you continue to do it. Your growth is being seen. It's inevitable. But what people came here for, you and Chad and the other artists, you're doing, you're walking and talking everything you say, everything your actions are matching what you're talking. You walking in here chewing bubblegum and kicking ass, and you stopped chewing bubblegum about 8 paces ago, so keep kicking ass.
I
No.
appreciate you, man. Thank you.
So, like yesterday, the humbleness and the modestness within it, you definitely hold that, and that's what keeps you grounded. But bro, the platform and the advice and the humbleness that you provide so many people, I salute you for it. This is,
Thank you, man.
especially with the part you said you don't talk about much of, and I never said thank you for it. I said I appreciate you. I
Love that
genuinely
you do.
do. I genuinely do, and that's from the heart because it you're that, and you provided me and so many people with the comfort we have, but you've extended to be more than that, and that appreciation runs along that, you know.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, man.
So I know you show as long, and you made it special for me, and made exceptions for me, and I love you for it. I'm definitely not trying to beat Devlin and Shine's time. Because I know some of us gotta get up for work in the morning. Um, but I know before I started, I was asked to read a piece that I wrote not too long ago, and it's kind of in a bad time. It's kind of good and bad of where I was and where I am now. And it's called Boxed and Unboxed. So I will give this last one to you. Thank you, Tarzo. I will give you this last one because this one was a heartfelt one that meant a lot to me and still does. So
Remember to breathe.
I lay here in my own abyss, needing to break free from the chains that distort my mentals, having my thoughts turn on me as if I'm a stranger to myself, pointing the finger everywhere else except at me. I was fractured from the years of your manipulation. I was broken from your verbal toxic communication. I was spiritually murdered by your phallicated love while the knife you were hiding made its way to my back with ill-intended penetration. My mirrors became nothing more than a fixture on the wall that my optics couldn't visually bring my pupils to focus on because it hurts to see the truth. The, vis- the visual noose, because it hurts to see the truth. The visual noose that has been strangling my life away, but I let it. I didn't fight it. I didn't resist it. I allow you to curb my manhood. I was 10 toes down with my foundational stands good, but you cut me off at the knees. You found pleasure in watching me bleed, watching me plead as you feed off my deterioration. I was caught in a matrix of lies and deceit, hopelessness and defeat, but I was unplugged. I didn't know here or gone, good or bad, right or wrong, because I allowed you to control everything without me knowing. See, on top, it was baby, I love you. But on bottom, it was nigga, fuck you. On top, it was everywhere with you I wanna be. But on the bottom, it was, ugh, don't fucking touch me. While on top, it was king, you lead and I follow. And on the bottom, it was, I do what I want, don't tell me, ugh, I hope you fucking die tomorrow. So I just lay in my own abyss. Powder keg packing my tears and my frustration, my pain until I explode and implode. No cheat code to decode. I've just been a victim of my own self-access. Frustration because I see the sun shining over the field of happiness, but I remain confined in this darkness that keeps me blinded in its own immaculance until I met her. Her first words to me were, "You are enough. You deserve all the great things and happiness that the universe will give you. You're truly a great man with a great soul, and I see all that within you. I won't just love you, but I will love you from your hair follicles to your feet and everywhere in between, because your heart's my soul's retreat. I want to be the neck that holds your head high. I'll be that light when you're excited, that little twinkle that's in your eye. I'll be the solver when you need it fixed, and I'll forever have your back in my pussy. My first last kiss is what she called me. She didn't want part or piece. She wanted all of me. The world can see that through my pain, my heart, my walls, my flaws, and my scars, physical and mental, she loves me for me and makes it look so simple. how for the most part of my life I missed it. I didn't see this coming. I shared my heart with undeserving girls, and now I'm being loved by a woman. She listens. She hears me, like spoken words to peace. She genuinely cares about my well-being. My grip, I finally can release. Release my shield, release my walls, release my heart, release my fear. I can finally release me, and knowing no matter what, that she'll be right here. Yahweh, you have blessed me and have given me the greatest gift I could ever receive from any point in time to around the clock. Because she is my one, my always, my angel, and she has made me unboxed. Peace.
My God, dude.
Shay Bebe.
Tony, come back down to earth,
Man.
girl. Come back down.
Look,
Look at
that's the angel. That's the angel right there, folks. If you didn't pick up on that, the muse is in the house right now.
Magnificent shout out to my sis, Shay Boogie. Excellent poetry artist, the proprietor of Boogie Butter, proprietor of Boogie Nectar, and so many other magnificent things. Shay Bebe.
Follow Shay Boogie. Man, look, the depth and all the areas of. I mean, this man is sitting around thinking about some stuff, right? It isn't just frivolously thrown down. This stuff takes some thought and some self searching actually. And I'd like to thank Angel Tony, and I'd like to thank Irene the Passion Queen, and I would like to thank them for nurturing this man. It's not a word you hear very often, I don't think, when you're talking about men. But I would like to thank you, women, for nurturing this man. I'm not. You don't need my thanks. I realize that, but just as a man, watching you women nurture this great man community, I'm so grateful. I really appreciate it, and I hope that people understand the contribution that makes. Um, by y'all lifting him up the way that you do. And I know that he lifts you too, but you are you women are absolutely amazing, and he is better because of you, if that's at all possible. Um, somehow y'all managed to do that. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
If y'all would, please drop some blue hearts. I know we usually reserve them for Chad, but one more time,
20.
would y'all please drop some blue hearts in the chat for these ladies? Pretty please. And
thank you.
if I still have a moderator in the house, would you please get a screenshot of that for us? I'm afraid if I do that, my whole phone's gonna freeze up.
Hey,
Don't be
Chef.
afraid, Devlin. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, Chef. Y'all drop some blue hearts in the chat. Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Shay Boogie. Thank you. Let's thank these ladies. Let's thank these ladies for nurturing this great
Hey,
man
Chef.
and uh, and, and guiding him, protecting him. Um, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing, and I'm grateful to them that they do that. Because you, my friend, are a treasure, and you should be protected at all costs. Is my opinion.
I am more than I can imagine. Between Primal, between Sister Chat, between the sisters in general, yeah, way more than I can imagine.
Thank y'all for dropping those blue hearts. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Angel Tony and Miss Irene, Passion Queen. Um, it's just a small token, but I hope that you can see that at least the folks in this chat are grateful to you, see you, and appreciate you.
Definitely, definitely feel the love.
And this is your show, so you tell me how you would like to proceed, because I'm here for you. You just know what you want to do.
I've given it all. I've
Okay.
given it all.
I think you've
Need my receipt.
given way more than we've deserved. Way more than we deserve. I very much appreciate you, man.
You appreciate it.
So we have I have one request, if everybody would humor me. Thank y'all for sticking. Those of you that stayed. My buddy Chad isn't feeling well. Y'all might have noticed he joined us at the very beginning and then he had to drop out. Chad had a kidney transplant 20 years ago. He got one working kidney. And he also, just a little over a year ago, got his clear from cancer from the second time he had chemo. So when Chad gets sick, it makes me anxious, right? Chad's got some things that his body is working against him. So if y'all don't mind, if you would, go by his spot, pick any of his posts, and just give him some blue hearts. Just give him a little love. Just try to lift him up. I'm sure he's fine. And he went to doc today, and he got some meds and his normal routine. He goes to this, but um, he puts him out. He puts himself out there for other folks. So I'd have just asked maybe we
Yeah.
could pass through a spot and show him a little love.
And for the people who don't know, that's Chad Rev Art. Like he dope artist, dope guy.
He's normally my co-host, and I'm the co-host on his Thursday night show. So that's our dude right there. That's our
Yes.
guy. So if y'all could, if you get a chance, pass by his spot there and drop a few blue hearts on any of his posts, whatever it is, and he'll see it. He'll appreciate it. Deveno, I've said it before, man. I've said it several times, but I really appreciate you being here. I really appreciate you coming to me. When I wasn't really sure this is what I wanted to be doing. I wasn't really sure that it was worth it. Because I was in a place where I felt like I was trying to do a good thing, and it seemed like that was just getting twisted into negativity, and that's not
Yeah.
really what we're trying to accomplish. So I appreciate you coming through, man, with perspective and with patience and with understanding and compassion. And I appreciate you being there for me, man. I really do, and I won't forget.
Anytime. Anytime. And I appreciate you having me and the support that you provide. Don't match. No, because I mean the one art community, the one artist community. It's y'all embraced us. You did.
We
Um,
we
without a
need you.
blink of an eye.
We need you. We need
Without a
each other. I
without a
think.
that part, but without a blink of an eye, you guys are like, come on in. When through one introduction since I've been walking through the door, you and Chad always, always, nothing but unconditional love, participation, acknowledgement, bro. I'll give it top tier every time.
Thank you, man. I hope
So,
so, man.
uh,
I hope that I hope that the space feels welcoming
yeah, it
and
feels
safe
like
and all
home.
of those things. That's that's
Feels like
that's
home.
that's what we're going for, man. And I would like you to know, and Miss Tony and Miss Irene, I would like y'all to know that hold me accountable. I want to be a part of the journey. I want to help. I want to do what I can. So y'all let me know if there's stuff I can shout out on the show. If there's things that I can do, participate in. I'm trying. I'm trying. For example, next week, I'm going to participate in the poetry with your art thing. The reason I'm doing that, not because I think I'm a very good poet. I know that I'm not. But I really want our communities to work together. I want our communities to elevate each other. And I'm hoping that by me doing that, people that are in the community that follows me might be willing to take a little bit of a leap of faith and go out there and try to do something a little different and challenge themselves. So I really respect y'all for providing a place for us to challenge ourselves, for people to better themselves, because I think that's what we're all trying to do.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Is there anything that I got wrong, or anything that we didn't cover
Not
that we
one
need to
piece.
cover?
The things because we didn't know the statute of limitations, so I appreciate that. But yeah, you
Yes, sir.
covered everything
Okay.
perfectly, timeline and everything.
Yeah, we want to keep you out free, man. we, want,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
ain't trying to get them fools out here.
that part.
Well, let me make sure to shout this out again. I'm gonna refer back to my note, make sure I get it right. You got 50 on October. You can those tickets soon will be available at Eventbrite.
Hmm.
Um, they have you have an open mic every fourth Saturday. Um, and for spectators, that's just $10. $10 gets you in. You get to enjoy the whole event. If you want to present a poem, one poem is $5. You can present up to five poems, which would be $15, which is price to have to pay. And at the event in October, you're gonna have Miss Kitty's gonna be performing, Lady Shine, and Miss Devlin 313. Uh, Men are gonna be required to wear all black, look good, smell good, and sit your asses down, as the lady said. So let me go over
Perfect.
the part again.
Say that again for
Men,
people in the back.
Please.
men, listen, men, hey, fellas, hey, pay your ass attention right now. Now's when you need to pay your damn attention.
Pay your ass attention.
Wear a all black, right? All black. Look good. In other words, don't have your shit wrinkled up. Smell good. Wash your nasty ass before you not put your nice clothes on, please. Brush your teeth. Get your mouth right. Get all the boogers out your nose. Clean the hair out your
Cause I'll
ears,
talk about it.
right? Shave your knuckles if that's what you gotta do. Get your shit shave, right? And when you get there, I'm gonna add another thing. She said, "Sit your ass down." I'm gonna say you probably want to shut up for a little while too.
That's a good idea because I
So,
tend to be the host and the one that's on the mic the most sometimes. I do imagine I tell you shut up about no problem. So,
so I'm gonna tell you this. That's in October,
mhm.
and I last time I made any commitments, I checked with my wife, and she told me I already had a commitment on. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this October 18th date to my lovely, and I'm gonna see what we got going on. And if at all possible, I would hope I'd like to come to this event.
Please do.
Um,
Please do.
and like I said, I might have to wear like some kind of something because I'll be red the whole time.
You probably will. You probably will.
But that's all right.
'Cause
She's gonna want to see you dressed up. You know that.
I do have nice clothes, believe it or not. I do have some. I'm gonna have to rent a tux though. I don't have a tux on hand, but I do have some nice clothes that I wear
It
occasionally.
doesn't have to be a tux. It could be a suit.
a
Just
black
long as
suit.
your your
We just
your
want
black
you
from your
looking nice
neck.
and stupid.
That's it.
I got you. I got you. And I will be reporting back to you when I find
I'll
out
point
from
you in the
my
right
better
direction
half.
for the. I'll point you in the right direction for some fly suits, bro. I got you.
All right, man. I
I got you.
appreciate it. I appreciate it. I would encourage everybody out there. Please do the same. Please support these folks. They are putting themselves out there. They work their asses off. They put up with a lot of nonsense to put on these
Mm.
shows and to take part and to put these events together. I can tell you, back in my social work days, I had to put events together, and it is no small task. I know that's a different thing, but trying to herd cats is still trying to herd cats. And um, so please support when every fourth Saturday they have an event going on and you can support them there. You can go to the event on October 18th. They got an event in April. So please support these folks. And if you're looking for me, if you can't find Gen, he's probably over there hanging out with these folks. So so because
I'm
the
holding that
truth
part.
is they have a community. They understand how to move. They understand how to look out for each other, and I'm down for that. So uh, I
I'm just,
very much
I'm here.
appreciate. Please say again.
I said I'm here for the foolishness.
Well, Miss Irene, since you're here for the foolishness, I would like to give Angel Tony the opportunity to say anything she would like to say, and then we're going to pass it to Miss Irene to say anything she would like to say, and then we're going to give Mr. Deveno a chance to say anything he would like to say, and then I'm going to be quiet until everybody thank you.
So, first, I would like to thank you for seeing the greatness in him to ask him to be on your show. So, you are appreciated for that. For you, Mr. Caprice, I am proud of you. Stepping out in the spotlight is not your thing. Because I can't tell you how many times I wanted to thump your forehead when it was about you and you brought everybody else into it. But I see you and I'm proud of you for stepping out and doing this on your terms. So I got your back.
So, as you see, I had to hurry up and be myself before I said something crazy. But um, but no. So definitely, thank you for this platform. Thank you for the opportunity to be up here, and that's the main reason why when they mention me, because I tend to always be on the front line. He always tries to shy and be behind everything, and he want to bring up the rear or whatever the case may be. He be trying to push everybody else out front. I'm like, no. This about you right now. Don't be trying to shine the light over here. Like, I appreciate it. Yes, we can always share the stage. That ain't no problem. But at the same time, you deserve your time to shine and your time to do your thing or whatever the case may be. So I'm proud of you for it, because baby, getting you on live half the time is like pulling teeth from a stone. It'd be crazy, and it'd be stressing people out. So, good for you. Thumbs up. But yeah, y'all make sure y'all get y'all tickets, because y'all don't understand. Y'all hear the words that come from this man's mouth. Y'all have heard some of the words from my mouth. Y'all know I can't say a whole lot on this app. This app don't like my work that much, but because I be violating guidelines and stuff. But it's fine. But make sure y'all make sure y'all come out and support. Uh, we have been blessed enough to run across some new and amazing talent that under the Primal Poetry branch we've been able to introduce to people, and is one of the is like one of the dopest things to be able to do, to be a part of, to inspire people, to push people to greatness, to help people hone their craft and go to the next level. So I definitely encourage you all, if you've never been to a show, make sure you get your tickets to the open mic night, and then start saving your ducats so you can be in Chicago in October, because baby, when I tell you it's gonna be a movie, it's gonna be a show.
3-day event.
You're gonna
I'm just gonna say, I appreciate it. Thank you. Sometimes even being behind a scene, you start to feel and think that you're unrecognized, and it's always humbling when every once in a while people say, "I see you." So thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And thank you, ladies. You women are amazing. Thank you for nurturing this man. And my thanks to this man for being who you are and moving the way that you move. And I hope you know I mean this with all sincerity, my brother. I got you six. We'll always have you six. And you hold me accountable to that standard. Please, please hold me to that standard. You folks in the chat, thank y'all so much for being here. I very much appreciate it. There's some beautiful people, and there's some new people that I've heard. I've heard your names. I've heard these wonderful people speak on you, and I've never met you. So thank you so much for coming. Thank you for supporting Deveno. Thank you for supporting Angel. Thank you for supporting Irene, and thank you for supporting me. I very much appreciate it. Um, and I hope to contribute to your community in the same way that you've contributed to our community, and just by being here and showing support to these folks. I really appreciate it. Um, Make sure that you're following these folks. Make sure when you see them out and about, you say hi to them and you show them some love. And let's keep building this art community. And I love seeing the poets and the musicians and the woodworkers and the painters are all starting to coalesce. They're all starting to come together and move together and starting to kind of figure out how we can take it into the real world. And I'm going to use you guys as a model, as inspiration, because Chad and I very much. I'm going to speak for Chad, but we would very much like for this social media app thing to actually take place in the real world. Otherwise, it's kind of a waste of time. So um, please support these folks and thank these folks for supporting me when you see them. Miss Angel, we good?
We could.
Miss Irene, we good?
Yep. Rocking and rolling for me.
Deveno, my brother, we good?
We are drinking.
Thank all of y'all for being here. Chad Revart,
Chad, thank you,
I'm
brother.
holding him
Appreciate
hostage.
it.
Chad said I was holding you hostage. Yeah, Chad, I don't want to let him go, man. I don't want to let him go. I'm trying to keep him here. Thank everybody in the chat for dropping the hearts. Thank everyone for being here and participating. Devino, much love to you, brother. Angel, Miss Irene, much love to y'all. Thank y'all. And I look forward to talking to you soon. I'll be in contact with you to find out what you want me to do with the copy of this, and we'll go from there.
Absolutely.
Much
Cool,
appreciated.
cool.
Um, and yeah, get in contact with them. What they remember what we talked about. Um, when you had me choose, so
Yes, sir. Yes,
they
sir.
would they um yeah
Miss Tony.
they'll love it.
Okay, you got it, man. You got it. I think I understand what you're talking about. I think.
I don't know because he's talking real coded right now.
I think. All right. Well, thank y'all very much. Thank you. This has been an amazing, amazing show. And I'm so honored. And Chad's right. I don't want y'all to leave, but we got to go. Y'all go get something good to eat. Take care of yourselves. Look out for each other. Please help us build this artist community. And stay positive, y'all. Stay on the positive side. It's easy to get negative in this world. Stay positive. Much love to y'all. Thank y'all so
Oh,
much.
Definitely. Y'all have a good one.
Y'all take care. It may not let us end it.